Everyone deserves to live in a community where we feel safe, where we have trust in our leaders to serve with competence, integrity, and professionalism. My name is Adam Deitch. I grew up in a community with safe streets, good policing, and faith that those in power were honest, hardworking public servants. Until 10 days ago, I served as a federal prosecutor in Boston. I took on cases throughout Massachusetts: bank robberies, gun and drug cases, child exploitation, cyber stalking, and all kinds of fraud. But what I've spent most of my time doing is trying to root out public corruption in our state, including and especially right here in Norfolk County. I left my job in the U.S. Attorney's Office because when I see a problem, I want to solve it. Over the course of my career, I've learned that the overwhelming majority of police officers and prosecutors work hard and do the right thing. I've also been proud to stand shoulder to shoulder with members of law enforcement who work tirelessly to keep our streets safe. But I also know there can be grave consequences when they don't. I've seen firsthand what happens when police and prosecutors take shortcuts, rush to judgment, and then stubbornly won't consider other possibilities. That's what's been happening in Norfolk County for far too long. That's why I'm running for Norfolk County District Attorney as a prosecutor, not a politician. Norfolk County deserves leaders we can be proud of, who serve with honesty, transparency, and accountability. This campaign is about more than electing a new district attorney. It's about building a culture of accountability and integrity where professional police work protects victims, not insiders, and where we follow the evidence no matter where it leads or who it implicates. That's the standard I've lived by prosecuting corruption throughout Massachusetts, and that's exactly what I'll do as the next Norfolk County DA. Together, let's build a district attorney's office we can be proud of.
This was something that happened over the last 24 hours out of the blue. We have a real DA's race in Norfolk County like we didn't before. This was, it almost seemed like Junior Perkins was just going to run away from this thing. And there was no other competition except Morrissey, who probably isn't running. He's not fundraising. He's got $200 in the last year, I believe, in donations. Even though he's got $400,000 already in the bank, he is the most moneyed potential candidate for re-election here, Norfolk County DA's office. But yesterday, the video came out in the website, and just it's a slick video, and we put out a poll. Last poll we did about the DA's race. Junior Perkins led the poll 2-1 over the rest of the field, including Morrissey. This time, she's an also ran. Adam Deitch just basically took it over. It was amazing to see people just flip their vote. That's online on Twitter. It seems like everybody's jumping on board, and he's just been announced. This is a former prosecutor on the federal level. Adam Deitch putting his name in. I figured tonight we would ask someone who actually ran for DA in Massachusetts, another attorney, about what she thinks about this campaign in Norfolk County. She ran in Bristol County, a very competitive race against an incumbent. She almost won. She did phenomenal in Bristol County. She's been on the show before. We're going to talk about some other things going on in Bristol County with the Fall River Police and trying to shut down free speech and a commercial that we're going to play on the show tonight. But I wanted to open up with this campaign because this Adam Deitch, this video and the news and the amount of support I'm seeing online. And Bill Reed made a statement on Channel 10 WJAR all about Adam Deitch and his campaign. So I figured we'd open it up tonight with Shannon McMahon, who, again, I said, she has run for office, DA recently, against Thomas Quinn. She worked there. She was the assistant DA. She was right there at the top. She was a prosecutor. She's a defense lawyer. She's been on both sides of this, and she's run for DA. So I wanted to bring her up first and foremost to kind of discuss what she thinks is going on in this Norfolk County DA's race. So welcome back to the Young Jerk, Shannon McMahon.
Thanks, Mike. Thanks for having me.
Good. How you doing tonight? You feeling
good?
You
I'm
chill?
very good.
I'm a little amped up.
I'm a little amped up. It's getting fun.
Yeah. What did you think? You watched that video with all of us, and I think you probably know a little bit about Juna Perkins.
Yes.
And now we have Adam Deitch in the race, and Morrissey is still, we don't know if he's going to run. He hasn't said anything. It looks like he won't, obviously, but he still
I mean,
hasn't said
it's
anything.
sounding more and more like he's not.
Yeah.
But I think it's great. I like the energy that Adam's bringing. I think it's encouraging. I know you and I have spoken many times before about the need to get Morrissey out and what a lost opportunity it was to have a candidate present at the courthouse and taking advantage of that free media and free engaging with the community. I was a little let down that some of the candidates did not do that. Obviously, it's still too soon. I mean, it's a great intro. It's a great commercial. It's striking. It's got energy. It's got everything you want to have. Certainly, this is it's a very powerful position, as we could all see. It's heavy wears the crown. So it's a little too early to say exactly, what his background is. I certainly know believe he's a Rhode Island guy. And that's great. And he's uprooting his life and moving there because he believes in it. I certainly have questions, many questions. What was going on when the investigation and the Karen Read thing happened? Why was it dropped? Why was it abandoned? Why did they allow this to continue? So I certainly have questions, but I certainly do love the energy. I think it's really needed in a district attorney's race. I know that that's what we tried to bring to the table, is bring some youth and some energy into it, because it's the same old, same old. One of the shows today was talking about Morrissey's, I believe, his 50th year. That's crazy. That's just crazy.
Unbelievable. Yeah, he's been a politician his whole life.
When I ran against Quinn, it had been 16 years. No one had run against him. So he had never had to debate. He had never had to answer questions. And certainly we had plenty of them. And we raised them. And I think it's so important for young people to get involved and to run and to try to ignore the hate that comes with it, because we do need more candidates. If we don't have candidates, then the same old happens. And we've just seen for the past 2 years in Norfolk what that can lead to.
Just too much, too long. It's so much of the way I vote too.
Yeah.
I always think about how long they've been in office, because a lot of times they start off good and then you put them there for 10 years and they're not so good anymore. And there is a thing about experience that's helpful, but there's also something else that happens.
True. And I'm certainly not, saying that experience isn't valuable. It certainly is, especially in this field. When you're running for DA, this is kind of one of those positions where it's not political. It's a very weird place to be, because you're identified by your party. And in reality, it has very little to do with party politics. So your campaign is essentially taken over by whatever party you subscribe to. And that's not what the DA's job is. I cannot express to you the power that a district attorney has. It is extraordinarily important. And probably one of the reasons why I'm not going all in on this great commercial, which I cannot say enough about the commercial. It gave me goosebumps. I was happy about it. But this position is one that is a very big deal. And one that I believe, just my personal belief, that ethics should be the number one. It shouldn't be what side of the aisle you're on. It shouldn't be whether you've got a D next to your name or an R next to your name. It should be about what kind of ethics do you possess, because your job is to identify what cases to prosecute and what cases not to, and what cases to offer varying sentences to, leniency to, first-time offenders, and I'm sure we're going to talk about the Eric Mack, Anthony Hardin thing.
Oh, yeah.
But, those are the kind of decisions that have to be made every single day. So I don't really care if you're a Republican or if you're a Democrat. I care about what kind of person you are. And like I said, I'm all in. I can't wait to hear more from this guy. I'm really excited about it. But I do, that's important to me. That's what I think should be primary in when determining who you're voting for a district attorney.
One thing interesting you said, because this is my same thought too, in terms of from what we're hearing, initial news reports, he's not going to speak much and answer your question that you had. He's not going to talk. Like what we saw in that video is probably all we're going to get, in terms of talking about these cases that he was involved in. So how do you think that's going to shape up on the campaign trail if he can't really talk about that stuff too much?
So if you can't talk about the Karen Reed case, I get that. That's an easy, I can't discuss it. I was a part of it. That's easy. But you can certainly talk about what you would do in a hypothetical situation where something like this came down. And I think that's the way you kind of go about it. You have to get out there and talk to the public because you are going to be an elected official and you have an obligation to inform the public. And this is where I've kind of gone on the attack on Morrissey as well as Quinn, because neither of those particular elected officials have any communication with the people who put them in office. And I think that that's disgraceful. But I think that there's a way to do it. And I think that this guy seems like a really smart guy, got a lot of energy. I think that he is certainly savvy enough to be able to say, yeah, I can't talk about this particular situation, but here's what I would have done differently. Having a conversation with the community, being available, having press releases, having conversations about what's going on, because again, that's your job, is to decide what cases to prosecute and to keep the public informed of what you're doing.
Questions I asked Juna Perkins that I think got a lot of blowback for her, unfortunately, was the question of would she ever prosecute anyone for the death of John O'Keefe? And she responded that no one would likely be prosecuted unless like some smoking gun evidence, new evidence showed up, because it would be so hard to go after, say, the McAlberts, because they'll just use Karen Reed as the defense now that Morrissey tried the wrong person twice. Some people on Twitter have brought up this question that I think should probably be asked. I should have asked it to Juna Perkins. Maybe I will in the future, or to this Adam Deitch. Should they be prosecuted for false statements, things like that? Should they be investigated? Because there seems like there's a lot of fishy stuff, like Brian Higgins throwing away his cell phone. The butt dials. There's a lot of that stuff going on in this case.
Yeah.
And I just wonder if that wasn't the better question I should have asked Juna Perkins. And what do you think? Do you think what should be done on the Karen Reed stuff if you were
So on the Karen Reed thing, I think Juna's right. I think it's impossible at this point. It's been years, so that the house isn't the house anymore. The crime scene isn't, and this is the problem, when police officers don't do an adequate investigation, it's forever. Now there's one shot at this. There's one shot at the apple. There's one shot at a crime scene, and that wasn't done. So you can't go back now and say, well, my gut is that the McAlberts, because that's not the way our jurisprudence works. Prosecutors have an ethical obligation to only charge when there's enough evidence to charge. And I agree with Juna that there's not enough there to charge anybody in that particular situation. I think it's a great question, and I would be over the moon to hear all the candidates answer. What about the obstruction of justice for the people who clearly lied, committed perjury?
Especially Brian Higgins, right?
Yeah, I think a lot of them committed perjury. That's a pretty easy case. When you're talking about the same district attorney's office who is prosecuting Aiden, they're spending a lot of money on prosecuting Aiden on a witness intimidation charge. I think that it's fair game to go after some of these people for some of the nuanced things that have happened throughout the trial, such as perjury, obstruction of justice, and so forth. And that's the way I would go with it. But you never really know until you're in the seat. And that's kind of what I always ran on, was not going to make a global statement about every case, because every case is different. You're dealing with human beings, and it's very easy when you're in this kind of, especially in the busy areas, the busy courts, it's very easy to start to look at things as numbers. And when you do that, you kind of lose humanity. And that's something that I think is the most important thing that you can't do. You can't ever lose the humanity, because that's when you start making mistakes. But I'd definitely like to hear all the candidates answer that question, because I think it's a good one.
Definitely. Adam Deitch and Judah Perkins, two campaigns that are challenging Michael Morrissey, an incumbent. You ran against an incumbent. You almost won. You challenged him a long time. First challenge in a long time.
It was a very, 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 very long 9 months. I'll tell you that much.
What
And
would
it
your
does
advice
requires
be?
a lot of work.
Yeah, what
Bristol
would
County
your
is a
advice be?
huge place.
What would you, if you were to do it again, what would your advice be to yourself starting that out 9 months?
Yeah, I would start out for a lot earlier than 9 months. That would be number one. It's hard. We had 6 people on our team. We had no money, zero, going against somebody who had been in office for 16 years, who had over $300,000 in his bank account. That required me talking to as many people that vote as it could. I think that matters more than money, to be perfectly honest. We got 40% in that election, and I didn't spend $1 of my own money. We made Tom Quinn spend about $300,000. That was a win. That was a win for us. That was a huge win for us. And that was basically going to every single event, every single county fair that was being had, talking to everybody, getting out of your sweet spot, getting uncomfortable, having conversations with people who had issues, and being available. That was very difficult to do with a full-time job, but we managed to do it. And if I had any advice to both candidates, it would be get your running sneakers on and get out there. Go walk around, go talk to people, have conversations, not in a rush. Just go. Plan on spending an entire Saturday popping from town to town, especially during the weekends. Go to every possible event that you can find in those communities to have conversations. If you get far enough where you can be a speaker, even better, because you can hit more people that way. But having conversations with the people one-on-one makes more of a difference than all of the money in the bank account.
Yeah, it's interesting because Adam is going to be doing this full time. Adam Deitch is going to be doing this full time, where Judah Perkins is still running a practice. But I have seen her, like, she's out every night. Like, if you look at her social media, that's really where she's spending the time, is going to these town committee meetings and these parades and these small businesses and people's homes. Every night she looks like she's doing that, and on the weekends, but she's working. He's not going to be working, so I wonder if he's going to show up at, like, say, Karen Reed's civil trial tomorrow on Friday. If I were him, that's where I'd be. What's
it's
that?
a missed opportunity if they're not there, Mike. I mean,
yeah, I know.
Talk
he
about
should be
money
there.
saving.
If he's watching, like, both of them should be there tomorrow. If I were them, I'd try to get in front of those media cameras tomorrow morning.
Free press is free
at 2
press.
o'clock.
I mean, getting a commercial out there is expensive. It's very expensive. And you're given this enormous platform that's in your backyard. Just go. Just go. I mean, it's free. It doesn't hurt you. Just go. Yeah, that would be my advice.
I would say the same, especially tomorrow. Tomorrow, 2 p.m. Yeah. It's going to be a Karen Reed civil trial in Plymouth. It's actually in Plymouth, but still.
Yeah.
And I think there's more here. I don't know about the Farwell hearings. They keep getting postponed, but I'd be showing up at that federal Boston courthouse too for those.
Yeah.
Yeah. The media is looking for people to talk to, especially there. Not many people show up at the federal courthouse.
Well, yeah, because they don't. Can't have cameras in there.
There's a comment here from Laurie. She says, I think that she's going to drop out talking about Judah Perkins. I don't think so. Like, maybe down the line if it gets, like, ridiculous, but I just have a feeling she's going to stick it out. Like, I saw her posting today, actually. So going to events last night, I don't think she's got donations. It's going to matter more on the ground game than what social media says. I know social media is big excited for him right now. It may translate to the ground game totally, but I don't know. I think she, like you said, right? Like it's going to be a wait and see for a little while to see how this really pans out, isn't it?
And I mean, like I said, like I said, you and I have talked about this before. Throughout the past year, how there just didn't seem to be any oomph, any pizzazz, and as exciting as it is to me to run for DA, it's not what normal people think about.
Mm.
So you have to get people excited, and I think
Yeah.
I think Adam Deitch did that with this commercial. I think that
I think that's what stood out. He got
I do
people
too.
excited.
I think there
Yeah.
was a little bit of charisma.
And
There
it
was a
may
little
be
bit of
like
energy.
it does feel like there's a new front runner. Like, but
Yeah.
we'll see what happens. Like it really depends on how he continues. Like if he continues like this every single day,
Yeah.
then you know,
Oh,
I
then
like
we've got a game.
yeah.
And the long and the short of it is, I'm going to put my backing behind whoever can take out Morrissey.
That's it.
That's it. I mean, at the end
That's
of the
what
day,
I
it's how to get Morrissey out.
whoever it is, whoever's
Whoever it
better,
is.
whoever's got the best chance, because that's the key. Like it's. I hope everyone just backs one person in the end
Yeah.
because I don't want to see
Yeah,
him
unite.
weasel in.
Definitely
Yeah.
unite. Let's parse it out and see what everyone believes in and stands behind. But certainly, let's unite behind a candidate. I remember when last time I was actually with Karen Reed and her father, and we were joking about having a candidate run against Morrissey. And they were like, "Can you just move to Norfolk?"
They wanted you to
And I
run.
said, "No, I want nothing to do with that."
I wonder if they asked Adam Deitch that
I don't
because
know. It
because
was definitely
today,
said in
like
jest.
yeah, because yesterday it came out. We're gonna play that video later. It's Bill Reed was interviewed by WJAR Channel 10,
Yeah, I saw it.
and yeah, and it was like a 20-minute interview, and he specifically like I don't even think he was asked the question, but he like made the point to bring it up, Bill Reed, about Adam Deitch running, how excited he was, and
Yeah.
you could tell that he's basically all in on Adam Deitch. And then Karen Reed apparently posted today on Facebook or yesterday, and made a comment, showing some support to his campaign as well. So it looks
Oh,
like
good.
they're. I wonder if they asked him. You think they might have asked him like they asked you?
I mean, that was a joke when they were asking me because we
I
were
don't
talking about
know.
how I'd run in Bristol
I
County.
don't know. Maybe they were. I mean, people have been asking you to run before when you came on, even for Bristol County again.
Yeah. Not this time. Not
I think
looking
it's a
like it.
joke. You're not going to run this time? You decided not to?
I haven't made up my mind wholly, but I'm edging towards no. It was really, really hard. It took a big toll on me and my family. It was rewarding in one way, but I just think I'm at a point in my life right now where I'm embracing peace and enjoying that. And I'm not quite ready to let it go yet. So I might need another couple of years and then I'll get back in. But I'm enjoying peace at this point.
You'll know if you're ready.
Yeah.
Nobody knows better than you. Sherry D says, did Shannon's opponent run TV ads all the time? Shannon's opponent similar to Morrissey, locked in the position. Yeah, I mean, he had how much you said 300,000. Morrissey's got 400,000.
Yeah.
So
Well, Tom Quinn doesn't have that anymore.
you cost him all the money. Maybe
We
he's
did.
going to be vulnerable.
Yeah, he is vulnerable, which is why it would be. I would love to run again, but
That's a
I'm just
win. You made him spend his money. I love it.
yeah, that was probably the best feeling.
What kind of ads was he putting up? Was he doing attack ads or just putting his name out there?
He did a lot of attack ads. He'd use he used local newspapers to do attack ads. We did a lot of ads on Facebook, on YouTube, on
I played
X.
a couple of them. Yeah, they were good.
And we did category pieces. So it would just be statements on issues, and they were about 45-second clips, and we just blasted them And I found those to be effective because then if you were, at the time Roe v. Wade had just been overturned. So that was an important one. We hit the ground that day and actually cranked one out that day and issued that. But certainly the Anthony Hardin case was one. Discrimination of women was one that we had posted. We did a bunch of them. But Quinn definitely utilized the local papers more, the mainstream media. And that's because he can. You're the DA. You get to not necessarily cherry pick, but you get to basically tell reporters, if they cover me in a positive light, that they're not going to get an inside scoop about the next case.
Exactly.
When you're holding all the cards, it's easy to do that.
Totally.
So he spent most of his time utilizing the local press, New Bedford Light, Fall River Reporter, I'm not sure about, but the Herald certainly. But yeah, he used those instead of commercials.
It's got it's funny because he had this guy, David Traub, who was his press secretary, who would court all the local media, come out with a FOIA request. This is Michael Morrissey. And now he's got a new guy. Traub left, but again, a former newspaper reporter. You know what I mean? Like, that's how it works in this like game between the DAs and the print reporters. They're there for decades, and they rely on the inside situation with cops and DAs. They do.
Yep. Absolutely.
Like pay for access in a way. That's, instead of pay to play, it's pay for access. Access to pay.
It's absolutely true. And I've never really judged the reporters on that. I've never bashed any of the reporters for doing it. It's their job.
Exactly.
They have to. And I was like a nobody, so they're not going to come out against Quinn. And, the assumption was he was going to win.
Right. Now, these commercials you put out, because I'm thinking about this new commercial that Adam Deitch put out. It was so slick and nice and hit all the key points, showed the right slides. It really made the good points. Juna Perkins has raised money, and she doesn't have that slick ad. And I feel like she should have already had that. I think it was a huge missed opportunity. This guy just said he quit his job, I think 10 days ago, and has this ad. I'm wondering if he's actually been working on this longer. How long do you think it takes to come up with an ad like that? We
did it in a day.
What is it? A day?
Yeah, we did it in a day. With the big commercial we did, which we released to all the local media. It took us a day to film. Took my guy that afternoon to put it together. We did final cut and then released it that day. It's more important about the message than about it being perfect.
It was.
It's about getting out there. And every day that you're missing is a missed opportunity.
Totally. You want to be first, I feel like. I think she was first to run, first to go on the ground, first to have Facebook, but I think she missed it with that ad. And some of the things he said. Sherry D says, Adam quit his job, sold his house. Apparently he had a condo in East Boston. The reason I know this is because Michelle McPhee, who is a Boston reporter. She's out in LA. She works for LA Mag. I like Michelle McPhee. She reported about that because she was actually his next door neighbor and she didn't know it. Now she was so bummed. She found out he sold the condo and she's like, I could have been hitting him up for info. I had no idea he lived there, because she has a condo still in East Boston right there. So I guess he sold that's where he was living. He's from Rhode Island, but he was living in East Boston.
And that's a great story, right? That's what people want to hear. I'm so dedicated to stopping the corruption in Norfolk County. I moved. That's got pizzazz. That's got sellability.
It kind of it's like Standing Tall. It reminds me, you ever see that movie Standing Tall? There's a few different versions of it. It's like this guy that doesn't want to be the sheriff, but he kind of has to be the sheriff. That's what it reminds me of. It's like this guy. I don't know. It's wild that if he really did quit his job. Maybe some people, the trolls are now saying that he was fired by Leah Foley.
It's always going to be something.
I don't trust those trolls.
Always going to be something.
Yeah, but this is it's a pretty interesting story so far.
I think it's going to be. I'm hopeful that that both candidates can get out what they need to get out, which is who they are, what their ethics are like, what their boundaries are, what their connections are, who their staff would be, because a lot of this depends. I mean, if you're hiring 2 first assistants and a deputy that have carte blanche authority, the voters have a right to know who that is. So, you and I had the last interview, I think it was on the Grace Curley show, talking about Karen O'Sullivan. That's the first assistant. That's a problem. I mean, that's these are things I want to know. Who would your first assistant be? Who you surround yourself with is important. I hope both of these candidates can get their information across in a coherent way that the most amount of voters get knowledge. And then at the end of that, if Morrissey is going to run, I hope that they can unite and say, this is where we're at, and everyone get behind one candidate. That would be the ideal situation if Morrissey is going to run. If Morrissey's not going to run, huh?
I'm writing the questions down because that was such a good question that I would never have thought of. And it's like, if he comes on or Juna comes back on, that's another question that I've never asked. That would be a good question to ask either one of them. Maybe I'll ask you to come on if you want to, because I think that would be good too, to have you ask some questions.
Always happy to come on, Mike. Always.
Yes. Yeah, and this is part 2, like what Sherry's saying. Adam has stated and given so many hope. The investigation isn't over. There's like that element, like this guy knows all the details of what's been going on in Norfolk County. So what better guy to fix this? He doesn't have to catch up. Like Juna Perkins, I love her, but she doesn't know all the details. She hasn't been watching all the trials. She's got her own practice. She's from Suffolk County, really, so she doesn't, this guy knows everything. So there's
which
that element.
Which is helpful in terms of followers, on social media. It's definitely helpful, but is it necessary to be an ethical district attorney? I don't know the answer to that question because I don't know what Michael Morrissey knows. So I don't know the answer if it's necessary, but it would certainly be a good question to ask both of them. Do they think it's necessary? It doesn't matter what I think. Right. It doesn't matter what you think. It matters what they think.
I think you're right too about the ethics thing, like that. I think both of these people are going to have good ethics. I just looking at them, their careers. I think we're going to be fine either way. So that's it's as long as one of them wins. Like that's the key,
that's it, right? I mean, that's what I said. Like, but the scariest thing is don't divide so far that you can't come back and support the other candidate if it's against Morrissey. Go all in. Definitely fight for your cause. Fight for your campaign. Fight for your beliefs, your ideals. Certainly lay it out there. Go all in. But at the end of the day, if it's still going to be Morrissey, somebody's going to have to back down and stand behind the other candidate. So don't do anything that's so egregious that you can't come back from it.
In the end, I think that will be what happens, or it just doesn't make a difference. So you see one campaign is just clearly coming away. This is his new website too. I'll throw it in the chat so people can check it out. If you haven't seen the website, you can sign up for the email list. That's what I did. I'm on both of their email lists. I'm on Juna's email list, and now I'm on Adam Deitch's web email list. If people want to check that out, I would suggest doing so. There's a lot. He's got some info on there. Like it's interesting to see. He's got his Facebook up there. He's got his X account. He's got an Instagram. He's collected money.
Which is good.
But so far, there's nothing really, too much on the issues, except the story. He's telling the story. And you get to see what he's running on right here. This is the big part right here, right? So it's interesting.
Yeah, I think it's definitely going to be an interesting campaign, to say the least. It's definitely going to be interesting. The big question everyone's asking is, is Morrissey going to run?
I don't think
so. It all comes down to that.
I think he's probably just waiting on polling and seeing if there's any way that this race could be divided 4 ways and he wins with his strong base, and that's it, But
and that's
I don't even think he could do that.
That's possible. It's that's politics 101, right? I mean, you put so many people in the race that it just kind of falls and lands on his foot, and then he's in again.
Yeah.
It's going to be interesting. I'll certainly be watching. I know that much.
Yeah. I don't think he has a chance. I think it's going to be either Juna or this other guy, Adam. I think
I'm
people are
hopeful.
going to coalesce behind one, and that's it. We'll see which one. I think today it looks like Adam. Yesterday it looked like, or 2 days ago
Yeah.
it looked like Juna. So it's one
Amazing
of
what a
them.
day can do.
Yeah. And next week it might be somebody.
It could be.
We're a year away too. I mean, that's the key. But
Yeah. The good news is both candidates, everything I've heard so far is good. And they've got plenty of time.
plenty of time. June has been raising money. I don't know what Adam's raising, but June has definitely been raising money too, which is good. Not like Morrissey money,
Yeah.
but tens of thousands, which is a year out, is helpful.
That's more than I got the entire 9 months. I think we had a total of like 60,000, something like that.
I think she's probably got. Last I saw, I think it was about 40.
Yeah, which is great.
Yeah, I think we already got her like 5,000 the first night she came on here.
Oh wow!
It was like our people were throwing down. They were like, so I bet Adam picks up some donations too. You can donate on his website, people, if you want. Either one, donate them to them both.
Yeah,
until we figure out which is the one that's gonna win.
Exactly.
I'm excited though. That's the key. It's going to be fun to see how this works out. The other thing we wanted to talk about, obviously, let me bring this up. The website. We should bring up the website first before the video. The video is right there on the website. But the family is offering now a $10,000 reward for information leading to the truth about what happened to Anthony Hardin. He's the brother of an attorney, Eric Mack, that you're familiar with and friends with. His website, visit anthonyhardin.com, $10,000 reward. You got a video up there. It's a background about who Anthony was, and the photo evidence, receipts, documentation about the cops and who was there that day, the EMTs. There's videos of some testimony. It's all lined up there. This is from an attorney, Eric Mack, about what happened to his brother. And some crazy stuff is coming out, right?
Yeah.
What's going on?
Just when I, get my piece, they had to bring me back in. Yeah, obviously the Anthony Hardin case is very near and dear to me. It's one of the reasons I ran for district attorney. For those of you who don't know, Anthony Hardin was in his home on November 22nd of 2021. Fall River Police, 2 police officers went to his house to ask him questions about a assault and battery that had allegedly taken place. They were there for less than 3 minutes before one of the officers opened fire on Anthony Hardin. And I know I say this every time we talk about it, Mike, but I'll say it again. I have no idea what happened in that house. None. I wasn't there. I can say this with absolute certainty. Every single time without fail, that District Attorney Quinn or the Fall River Police have talked about this or issued a press release about this case, it has been so wrought with errors and misrepresentations that it's very difficult to come to any other conclusion than you are hiding something. Eric Mack is a well-known attorney, a very good attorney. Here in Bristol County, he works in Providence, but he's from Bristol County. He's from Fall River. This was his brother. Clearly a very emotional case for Attorney Mack. He has had to spend thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars fighting to get information about his brother's case. When this all happened, District Attorney Quinn had notified the Mack and Hardin family that the two officers involved were, the investigation revealed that it was a justifiable homicide. That was by Christmas. So from November 22nd of 2021 till I think it was Christmas Eve that they got the call that the investigation was completed and that the two officers were not going to be punished by any measures.
These are the two officers we have on the screen here: Officer Michael Sullivan and Officer Chelsea
Campoloni.
Yeah.
Yep.
Fall River Police.
Fall River Police. Now, when that happened, Attorney Mack had requested information, such as the two police officers' names. None of that was given to him. He did file a public records request, which just, God, the years are getting away from me. I believe it was last summer. It went all the way up to the SJC. Eric Mack won that. And District Attorney Quinn had to reveal the officers' names. By that point, Attorney Mack had already known their names. And similar to the Karen Reed case, you can't, it's almost comical how this stuff unfolds. Someone had left Eric Mack at his work address a letter, an unmarked envelope. And in that envelope, it was indicated that Michael Sullivan, the man on your screen, was a close personal friend of Attorney Quinn's son, and that they were best friends and had been since kindergarten and had been on vacations together, and that DA Quinn had essentially paid for him to go to private school with his son, and that they went to college together and they were roommates in college, and that District Attorney Quinn helped Michael Sullivan become a police officer. Now, Officer Campoloni and Officer Sullivan were both relatively new to the force when this happened. District Attorney Quinn never disclosed that he had this personal relationship with Michael Sullivan. My contention during the campaign was that that is unethical, and you shouldn't ever be investigating somebody you consider a second child. This is why we have an option not to. It's why prosecutors are given such broad leeway to appoint a special prosecutor, get away from it. The other very bizarre part about it, and you can see it on the website that you just pointed out, the interviews that were being conducted by the Massachusetts State Police that were assigned to the district attorney's office. However, there are Fall River police officers involved in the interviews, such as with the EMT drivers. So you essentially have a district attorney who's investigating whether or not a police officer who he basically helped raise committed a crime while being interviewed by a member of his own division. So these things were all problematic. District Attorney Quinn, in light of this coming out, attacked Eric Mack and essentially went after his character and his family. And then they doubled down on the thing that they can. They doubled down on Anthony Hardin. And they haven't quite learned their lesson yet. This doesn't work. So Fall River PD just issued a press release because Attorney Mack had essentially paid for the commercial that you're playing to be played during the football game on, I believe it was Sunday night, and had it played on primetime. And Fall River PD issued an immediate press release that, in my opinion, is so full of lies. It's just unconscionable. And it's not difficult to find all the lies. You could actually just go to Mass Courts and look at Anthony Hardin's record. They spend a lot of time saying that he was unwell, that he had this enormous rap sheet, that he had all of these different charges, when in reality, there were 2 instances where he was charged. One was in 2013. Those cases were dismissed at the request of the Commonwealth. And then there was some charges from 2019, which were pending. Anthony Hardin was on house arrest for those charges. They were very specific. They were not great charges for Anthony Hardin. They certainly did not appear very well. There was one of the charges was for rape. And I'm actually looking at the press release now. It's on my screen. The Fall River Police certainly had no problems. Yeah, they had no problem saying that he was there for, that he was on house arrest for these vicious crimes, rape, indecent assault and battery. What they failed to mention is that the district attorney's office decided to keep those cases in district court and opted not to indict him. So the crimes were such that the district attorney's office did not feel that they warranted the felony charges to go to superior court. They kept them in district court, where the punishment is much less. There was a dangerousness hearing, which the judge heard both sides of. This was, I believe, his wife was the alleged victim. And after hearing both sides, the judge found that he was a danger, but not a danger to society such that he could not be released. The judge found that he could be released on a GPS bracelet and a stay away. And then again, going back to this press release, they talk about how Anthony Hardin had a violation of his probation during his home arrest. What they failed to mention was the violation was a post he made on Facebook. And the judge found that it was not really a violation, and it could just be, he could remain on house arrest.
Funny,
the other problem was this was all, if COVID had not happened, Anthony Hardin's case would have already been resolved at the time of his death. When the charges happened was in 2019. He was still on house arrest in 2021, and that's because the courts had shut down during COVID. So his case had not been heard. But again, Fall River PD keeps this up, and you've read the press release. It's wrought with all factual errors. And just a simple look at mass courts could tell you that they're pumping this up to make him look terrible.
This reminds me of Morrissey, the hostage video. It's so funny too,
because
one of the things they say in this, they're
the
like,
hostage video. It's all I could think of.
Yeah. And this statement says, which begs the question, why is Mac leaving these facts out when they left facts out
they
in their
leave all
press
the facts
release?
out. And then they talk about how his room, I think further down they talk about it, his home was in disarray and he was clearly on the edge. What they failed to mention was that he lived with his twin brother and they were redoing their kitchen. So his room had all of the kitchen stuff in his bedroom, which you can see from the photos on the website. It's all kitchen stuff. And then they say that he was clearly estranged from his family. Well, once again, anybody can go on mass courts and look at the docket of his cases where just that Thanksgiving of 2021, he had asked for leave to leave his home to go to his brother's for Thanksgiving. He lived with his twin brother. So how do you say he's estranged from his family when the person who let you in the house was his brother? So these are blatant lies. And my question to the Fall River PD and to District Attorney Quinn is, how do you expect anyone to trust you when you can't get simple facts like this straight? And you're misleading on purpose. Isn't your job justice? Or is it so hell-bent against Eric Mack at this point because he made you spend a ton of money that it's personal? Because now what we've got going on is Officer Campoloni, which I just found out about recently, has filed a restraining order against Attorney Mack, which was served on him twice. The second time when he was out of state, and it was served to his wife, who was alone in the house, by 3 police officers with lights on. That hearing is taking place on Monday at 2:00 in the Fall River Superior Court. That'll be a two-party hearing where Officer Campoloni is asking for a restraining order to be issued against Attorney Mack. I don't believe Attorney Mack has ever spoken to Officer Campoloni, ever.
She wants a restraining order because he's posted about his brother's death on the website.
That's correct. Yep.
This is and she's currently a cop, right? She's still a cop.
She's currently a police officer. She is out on leave. And I think in one of the things that the police press release indicated was Officer Campoloni was upset because, or they were upset because Eric Mack had identified that Officer Campoloni had been a victim of domestic violence. My recollection was that it was the Fall River Police who disclosed that. And regardless, I think it's relevant. She was there on a domestic violence call 11 days earlier. She had been the victim of a domestic violence assault. Yes, I do believe it's relevant as to whether or not she was suffering from PTSD and maybe a quick draw.
Did
for
she
something
have
that
proper
she
mental
may have
health
seen.
evaluation after that? You know what I mean?
Absolutely. It absolutely comes into play. And nor have I ever heard Attorney Mack talk in a way that could be conceived of anything but relevant into her state of mind at the time she pulled the trigger.
So this is Monday. This police officer is bringing Eric Mack into court on Monday.
On Monday.
A
at 2
two-party
o'clock.
meeting, a hearing on a HPO harassment. Is that what it is? Harassment prevention order? Is that what she's doing?
It's a restraining order.
Restraining order. Okay.
That's to best of my knowledge. It's a restraining order that she's seeking. But she has been out on medical leave for some time now.
Will that silence him from talking about this or having his website up or his videos?
I don't know what will happen on Monday. I'd like to say it would never happen that a restraining order would be issued against someone who's never had a conversation with the alleged victim. But I've seen some crazy things lately, and I just don't know. And once again, this is what I mean when I say that the district attorney's position is an extraordinarily powerful one. I don't think people understand exactly how much power a district attorney holds and the ramifications of that. But certainly on Monday, this is going to be a big deal. This will be the first time I think that anybody's heard from Officer Campoloni. Very curious as to what she's going to say because the burden is on her. Certainly curious as to what she's going to say on the stand. I will certainly be there. But this is kind of where we're at, where police officers are now filing restraining orders or harassment prevention orders against people who are, there's an active lawsuit going on right now. There's an actual lawsuit. There's a wrongful death case. It's in the federal courts. Chelsea Campoloni is named. Attorney Mack is named. So we've got two parties to a civil litigation, and now there's a lawsuit or a restraining order or an HPO being sought. It's kind of mind blowing. I've never really seen a police officer try to get an HPO or a restraining order against a family member of a deceased victim.
And especially knowing he's
shy of the Karen Reed trial.
Yeah, and especially knowing he's a lawyer, and like you said, there's also a lawsuit happening already.
Yeah, talk about anti-slap. It's every time I think it can't get a little crazier, they really just one up me. And it does beg the question. Like I said, I'm not going to stand here and say I know what happened in that house that day. I don't know. But I do know the behavior of the people involved on the DA side and the police side is shady, and they are held to a higher standard. They are not supposed to win all the time. It is supposed to be about transparency and justice. And this doesn't feel like it. This feels like this press release feels like something I would read on Twitter from somebody with a fake name attacking somebody else. This doesn't resonate with me as how a police department should conduct itself when being the respondents in a civil lawsuit for wrongful death. This isn't the way you handle it.
I mean, we have it up on the screen again, and it's like a hostage post. Is that a
Yes.
hostage video by Michael Morrissey?
I do.
It's a hostage post. It's just like, are you kidding me? This is actually coming. This isn't like a fake Fall River Police Department account.
this is a
This
real
is a real
thing.
account.
It's a real thing.
Wow.
And I think, I think I said that to you when I sent it. It feels like the hostage video. It's
This post right here is
I
the reason.
just don't
yeah.
get it.
Yeah.
There was no reason for it. It's and you should see the comments on it. And I would love to go back to the days when I could say the police issued a press release and I believe it because they're the police. But unfortunately, this day and age, I can't. So I've got to be skeptical. So I look at it and I look at the docket and I look at the cases that they're referencing. And when I can, not even as an attorney, just as a regular layperson, when I can do a Google search and find discrepancies in what the police are issuing in a press release, then I've got major questions with everything that's in that press release.
Yeah, I mean, and same with, on this end, knowing that he's having a restraining order filed against him by a police officer. And this post right here from the Fall River Police Department, that's why I started uploading the videos and started like, we got to promote this. Like this just gets more attention on it. I don't get how they can be so dumb.
I agree. I agree. And I feel for Attorney Mac. I do. Obviously he's a friend. We've known that for years. His family is I'm very close with his family. I feel for him. He's a very good lawyer. He's a very, very good man. He's a good family man. He's a good husband. He's a good father. He was a great brother. He's getting slandered in all over this. And he's going to show up to court on Monday. And what do you want to bet? There's a room full of people in police uniforms that are not looking too friendly on him.
People show up on Monday. So where is this again? Fall River
Superior Court.
So Fall River Superior Court. And that's at 10 a.m.?
2 p.m.
2 p.m. Oh, it's a 2 p.m. 2 p.m. at Fall River. I'm wondering if there's any way we can stream that. Probably not.
You call the clerk's office.
Yeah.
Yeah, because that's the courtroom. They allowed the cameras in for Hernandez, and a lot of other cases we've streamed in there. They certainly have the capability.
Yeah. Oh, I hope even if we can, hopefully, Eric gets.
But if it's a restraining order, I doubt they would let you.
Yeah, that's what I think. But sometimes they let you get a copy later. Maybe, hopefully, Eric can get a copy of it.
Oh, Eric. I'm sure he'll get a copy.
If he can, he will.
It took him almost a year and a half, but he was able to get the names of the police officers he already knew after going all the way up to the SJC.
Man, this is wild. I want to play this video.
Anybody who's looking for public records requests, that decision from the SJC in Massachusetts is probably the most recent. And I know a lot of people on social media have been doing public records requests regarding the Karen Read trial and information about the Norfolk DA. If you're looking for a blueprint on what the SJC is actually looking for in terms of parameters and what can and cannot be requested through a public records request, that is the case to look for. It is Eric Mack versus District Attorney Bristol County Thomas Quinn.
Eric Mack versus Quinn. It's ERIC. That's how you spell Eric. I know it's a common name, so you want to make sure you get it right. We have the video. There's two versions. I had the shorter version in our intro tonight, and as well, like I posted on YouTube, but this one's actually a little longer. I think it's 1 minute versus 30 seconds. So we're just going to play this commercial.
Sure.
This is he's got a couple commercials on his website. This is what's This is what made a police officer so upset that she's filed a restraining order. This is the video that they don't want you to see. Bristol County DA's office doesn't want you to watch this video. Neither does the Fall River Police Department, who put a statement out against it. And also this police officer who is now, she's the one who shot Eric Mack's brother. She's the one who's now having a restraining order against the victim's brother. Think about that, people, because of this video. So we're going to play it right now.
On November 22nd, 2021, Anthony Hardin lost his life in his own home. He was unarmed. Listen to this interview from the investigation.
At any point then or later, did you see if there was something in his hand, or if there was something on his person, or if there was something under his person? At any point did you personally see that?
No, sir. No, sir. Sure.
For information about this tragic incident, visit anthonyhardin.com.
What's the shorter one again? I played the wrong one, of course. We'll. I think I have the long one. Hold on one second. Here it is. Let me get that one up. The right one. That was the short one. Let's play the longer clip, because I haven't seen the longer one. It's only twice as long, but we got to make sure we watch this one too. It's the right one. I hope it is.
Fall River Police responded. 2 officers entered the first floor. During the altercation, Mr. Hardin was shot. Mr. Hardin was taken directly to St. Anne's Hospital, where he was pronounced dead. A knife was present.
During the officer interviews, investigators asked,
Anybody make you aware of any kind of weapons that were around?
No.
Did you see any hazards on the floor?
No.
Did you notice anything on the ground other than, anything notable?
15 minutes later, Rory came back into the interview room.
I did see a knife on the table just below computer monitor.
What did the officer allegedly say after the shooting? The officer who pulled the trigger, Chelsea Campolone, allegedly asked.
She said to me, am I going to be fired?
A knife was present.
When the facts change, the truth should not.
Won't hurt you. Get down. Yeah, I know. It's just.
Get the commercial off. I don't know what that is. Hopefully that doesn't get me in trouble. I didn't hit it quick enough. Hopefully we don't get struck over that one. Yeah. So funny when you're juggling YouTube videos. But yeah, I mean, any final thoughts you want to say about this tonight? Because I feel like I want to support Eric as much as possible on this, because I don't like what they're doing to him.
I don't like what they're doing to him either. And I've been on the receiving end of some of the vitriol from this district attorney's office, and it can be brutal. And I feel for Eric. I feel for his family. What they've been through is terrible. They are having their, I believe it's a march coming up. I think it's Saturday. For Anthony Hardin for justice, for some transparency about what happened. Obviously, Attorney Matt can't talk about too much because they are involved in the civil litigation. But certainly any of the support and getting the word out that this is happening, just that it's happening. I think that we live in a social media world right now where everything is in, a 10-second news story that's forgotten by the time the next 10-second news story comes up. And I think that hurts us as people. This is a tragic, tragic circumstance. And like I said, I'm certainly not going to say I know what happened in that house, but I will say that what the district attorney's office did by failing to disclose, relationships, failing to turn over information, failing the families of the victim, that he robbed those police officers of any chance of coming back on top. If this was a justifiable homicide, Quinn personally just made that impossible for the public to believe. And I think that Fall River PD just did the same exact thing with that post. I think that they're hurting themselves more than they're helping themselves. And I think that their eyes need to be open to that. I know this is a new police chief. Fall River's had a kind of a rotating door when it comes to police chiefs. But I think that this could be a lesson that they learn, that this isn't helping you. It's not helping your officers. If you truly stand by that this was a justifiable homicide, then stand by it. Let the courts figure it out. But when your goal is to trash the victim, who at the end of the day was a 20-year-old man, a young kid, who was shot by the police. No one deserves to be trashed like that after their death because you're angry about a commercial. And that's kind of where I'm at. But if anyone wants to support, certainly go to the website, Justice for Anthony Hardin. The court, is the restraining order HPO violation here. HPO hearing is Monday. Anyone who wants to go to that should. Anyone who wants to support the family should certainly go to the rally on Saturday. All the information is on the website. That's kind of it. And always glad to be here, Mike. And you always give me a chance to kind of talk about this case. It's very close to me. So
Definitely. I hope people show up if they can. If you're in Fall River Saturday, it's a Saturday, 12 p.m. It says Britland Park, Fall River, Mass. I posted the YouTube channel in the chat. If you could, subscribe to that channel, and also the Facebook page, so you can get all the updates there as well. AnthonyHarden.com is the website. We also have been promoting that tonight. So I hope people check it all out, and especially subscribe to the YouTube, subscribe to the Facebook page, and make sure you're updated. But the event's right on the screen, so if people want to help out, there's a QR code there as well. And again, Monday is Fall River Superior Court, 2 p.m. Eric Mack is going to be facing this police officer trying to file a restraining order against him. I'm still shocked.
Right?
Like, are you kidding me?
I know. Yeah.
Well, keep me updated. I want to hear much more, especially on Monday, what happens. And I hope people show up for the standout too. Justice for Anthony Hardin this Saturday, 12 p.m. Britland Park in Fall River, Mass.
Well, thank you so much, Mike, again for having me on. It's always a pleasure to see you. You always give me the platform to talk about this, and I'm super grateful. I know Attorney Mack and his family are as well.
Thank you. And I just want to ask you one more question before we leave on another topic. The one we're kind of going to tonight, and talk about the civil case for Karen Reed, because there's been new filings. She's being sued by the O'Keefe family, and now she's turned around and countersued some of the Mass State Police, Tully, Buchanan, and Proctor, obviously, and some of the people that were inside the house who were witnesses. What do you think about all that? You're an attorney. Where do you see all that going?
I see it as a logistical bloody nightmare to just figure out where all the lawyers are going to sit. I practice civil litigation now since I've left the DA's office, and the logistics are blowing my mind. Like, I don't even know what this looks like by the time it gets to trial, which will not be anytime soon. Civil litigation moves at a much slower pace than criminal litigation. I can't see this. This is going to take years. I love the gumption. I love the turning of the tides, and Karen kind of taking the offense as opposed to the defense for the first time. I like it. I'm sure Alan Jackson was over the moon about it, because he likes to be on the offense and not the defense. But I think it's going to be interesting to see unfold. I think it's going to be a great case. That's going to be a teachable moment, because of all of the loopholes with civil litigation. I think that we're going to learn a lot. I think you're going to see some pretty cool lawyering tactics. I think it's going to be epic. I think it's going to be the largest civil litigation case of all time.
yeah, I'm looking forward to it. See what happens. Unfortunately, it's going to take a while. Like you
It's
said,
going to take a
like, I
while.
wish.
It's going to take a real. Maybe I'll be DA by the time that goes to
Oh.
a trial.
We have a hearing tomorrow, and I'm going to be so excited to see what happens tomorrow at the hearing. But I know it's going to be nothing. It's going to end up being nothing. It's going to be like,
It's going to be getting a
oh,
date.
now we got to wait 6 more months for the next hearing.
Yeah, the status quo, the whole civil litigation is essentially hurry up and wait. That's it. I mean, it's everything is getting a date, getting a date, getting a date. Depositions I don't even think have started in this. This is when I have a regular run of the mill civil litigation case, it takes about 3 years for it to go to trial. So we're so far removed, and the fun stuff isn't stuff we get to see because it's going to be the depositions and things that there aren't cameras for, there aren't televised for. So all of the good stuff we won't even get to see until trial and it will only be introduced if it's used to impeach. So the good juicy stuff isn't gonna come out till then. But hopefully we've got people who are willing to talk. I mean, I'm hearing that the team is going to be on somebody's YouTube show or something, and maybe that they'll be able to give information about how things are progressing. But it's going to be a very, very, like I said, logistically, you've got insurance companies being represented, you've got homeowners insurance. It's logistically, I just can't even imagine what the courtroom looks like with just the lawyers. If all of those people are involved in the same lawsuit, I just don't even know what this looks like. I mean, it's going to be filled with just the lawyers.
Crazy.
It is crazy.
Nick Rocco is expected to have a YouTube, and
oh, is that who's doing it?
Yeah, he's going to be interviewing some of the civil case attorneys for Karen Read, probably Alan Jackson, I imagine, and some of the other ones. She's got like at least, I don't know if it was 4 or 6, but there was like double columns on the last filing. There were like 2 groups of lawyers.
Yeah,
amazing.
It's just going to grow. It's going to grow and grow and grow and grow. And you're going to see some of these drop off because, again, there's insurance companies who are doing a cost benefit analysis about, what's more beneficial to them at the end of the day. It's going to be about money. And some of these claims may drop off because it's the cost benefit analysis. So you may see that kind of dwindle a bit on both sides, right? So Karen's case and the one she's in defending, both of those will probably dwindle down because there are insurance companies who don't have to get permission to settle a case. They can do as they wish because they're the carrier, and as long as it's within the policy limits of the homeowner's policy, then they're allowed to settle as they see fit. So it'll be interesting. I think that's you're going to see that at least in the beginning. You're going to see some trimming of parties. Specifically, I would think that the restaurants specifically would get out, would settle immediately because they don't want anything to do with this. It's going to take forever, which costs money. Hiring attorneys for that takes a long time, and if they can get out cheap, then they will. And that's no fault of the bar, or the restaurant. It's no fault of them. It's just the way the system works.
Time and money. And that's why it takes so long. Someone says why does it take so long? Because they want you to settle. They don't want you to go to trial. They want you to settle.
They do. And discovery takes a long time. It just does. The paper discovery, the depositions, all of those things are based on rules that are issued by the court and by the state, and everyone has time to complete certain tasks when it comes to discovery, and especially with civil litigation, it's all about timelines. So if you are asking for answers to interrogatories or taking somebody's deposition, you can schedule it, but you're based on your schedule and someone else's schedule and a third party's schedule, and keep going. It's impossible to get a date. And then if something comes up and you don't have the information that you need in order to take the deposition, you're going to kick that deposition out, and now you're looking at another 6 months. It can be. That's why they take so long.
So hope it gets let's just hope it moves a little quicker on this one. I just hope, but I know it won't. I want to thank you for being here tonight, Shannon McMahon. We'll definitely give all the support to Eric and for Anthony Harden. Hopefully, there's more transparency and less BS being thrown at him, especially from this police officer filing the restraining order. Hopefully, that type of stuff ends and the Fall River police stop acting like this, where they're putting out hostage posts on their Facebook. It was just outrageous to see that.
Well, thanks again for having me on, Mike. I always appreciate coming on.
Thank you, Shannon McMahon. Have a great night.
You too.
Bye now. And again, we're going to just throw that on the screen one more time here. Saturday, November 22nd, 12 p.m., Britland Park. Justice for Anthony Harden standout. People want to show up in Fall River, Mass. tomorrow. Oh, here it is. All right. The last thing I wanted to do is just play this Bill Reed video. I thought the Bill Reed video was so good. Hopefully we don't get in trouble for playing this. I'm going to take a chance because it's Karen Reed's father. When Bill Reed speaks, we'll take a chance. And I'm gonna jump off for just a minute, hit the bathroom, checking my doggy, all that. And then I'll come back. But Bill Reed is so good. He is so good at this. He's the perfect spokesman, too, for Karen.
So, Bill, tell me, I mean, since Karen's acquittal, how has life been for the Reed family?
It's been in one way, a sense of fresh air, because the looming murder charge now, she's been exonerated from that. But, life still goes on. We're fighting this corruption. It's a battle. We will ultimately prevail. We will win. We've got the truth on our side, and an incredible body of lawyers who are passionately and enthusiastically involved in this case. So we go forward and with strength and faith, and this will get resolved. It's going to be a while, but it will be resolved. And Karen, everything that most people have a sense about in terms of the corruption in Norfolk County will be exposed. That's our belief, that's our hope, and that's what we're driving toward.
Where's Karen now? What's she been up to since?
Well, Karen travels a lot, and she spends an awful lot of time working with her attorneys, the local civil attorneys here in Boston, and of course Alan Jackson out on the West Coast. So she's always on the phone, and with the 3-hour difference in LA time, it could be 7:30, 8 o'clock at night, and Attorney Jackson is still in the office. So, I mean, her days are full. She has friends. She travels up north to Florida, Martha's Vineyard, the Cape, and of course she primarily stays here with my wife and her.
Keeping busy, per se.
Well, she's always busy. She knows this case inside and out, and she's reading all of the legal filings, and she is always in communication with the lawyers, and in a very positive sense in terms of guiding their thinking and listening from their perspective what the legalities are in terms of the law. So it's an education for all of us.
How vital is Karen's legal team? I mean, would you have gotten to this point without them?
God, no. God, no. First and foremost, Alan Jackson. He's just, among a sea of great lawyers, he is one of a kind. His skill set, his passion, he's just inimitable. He's just matchless. And He's a great, great man, and we're so indebted to him for how he's fought tirelessly for Karen. And it's not easy when you're 3,000 miles away, and you're traveling, and you got jet lag and everything, and plus he's got an inventory of critical cases out there in California and the like. So, I mean, I don't know how the man does it. I don't know, but we're grateful for him.
I don't think anyone's too surprised by the lawsuit. I mean, some people could have said they saw this one coming. What does your family hope comes from it?
One of the lawyers, I think it was David Yannetti early on, said sunlight is the best disinfectant. And this will be the opportunity to depose many of these folks, folks from the Massachusetts State Police and the like, and without the guardrails provided by the criminal prosecution in Norfolk County. So we are confident. We've got, again, fabulous lawyers, skilled, passionate, and working around the clock. You can be bright, well-trained, but you need a work ethic, and their work ethic is just beyond measurement, really.
You're feeling really positive about one person in particular who's kind of helping in your case. Can you kind of talk to me about that?
Lost in yesterday's news of the filing by Karen and her team, the 46-page document that's heavily grounded in evidence, the law, and the Constitution, and brilliantly drafted, was the announcement that, and this was in the local papers, that a former federal prosecutor who resigned from his dream job early this month and was also, as reported, involved in the federal probe of the investigation conducted by Norfolk County into the Karen Read matter, has left his job with the U.S. Attorney's Office and has taken up residence, sold his residence, I believe it was in East Boston, and has taken up residence in Quincy, Mass, and will be challenging Michael Morrissey if he decides to run again for the position of Norfolk County District Attorney. And I can tell you personally, I am heartened by that news, because I think this is an individual who probably has a rich perspective of what went on, and to leave his position with the U.S. Attorney's Office to come sell his house and come into Quincy, take up residence so he can be part of Norfolk County to pursue this position of District Attorney for Norfolk County. I couldn't be more thrilled.
This is an amazing endorsement, again, for Adam Deitch. Did you see that? I mean, to have Bill Reed come out and say that on television, that's quite the endorsement for him. Also, too, when we're listening to Bill Reed talk about the fact that they get another shot, they get to depose Proctor and Tully and Uri again on the stand. So the civil case, like you can see he's excited about that, to see them get deposed again. But also, he's very excited about this Adam Deitch. We're going to have to play Adam's video again, because when Bill Reed calls it out, you got to play the video again. So we'll be playing the video again on the way out.
What I know of him, I don't know much. I've never met him. I've only seen pictures of him in the local paper, but I know he's from your neck of the woods. He's a native of Lincoln, Rhode Island, graduated from Brown, and I think has his Juris Doctor from University of Wisconsin. So we're just thrilled that the aspect that this man, Attorney Deitch, he's a prosecutor. He comes potentially into this position with prosecutorial experience. He's not a lifetime politician. So I just say to the residents of Norfolk County, get out there and vote. Please take back your government in Norfolk County. Get out there and vote.
Definitely important.
Yeah.
What do you think about the response that this lawsuit just furthers a fuel that this is a conspiracy theory.
Well, I don't know what else they can say. The truth will be told. The truth will come out. And when it does, I don't think...
You notice too, like with the Fall River Police, their hostage statement that they made, they called the Eric Mack stuff a conspiracy theory too. That's always the excuse when they want to cover up the truth. It's a conspiracy theory. If it's a conspiracy theory, why is Karen Read free? Why was Karen Read found not guilty? Why did you upcharge? Why about the butt dials? Why about the phone that was thrown at the military base? Why all these weird things? Why were all the witnesses conspiring? I'm going to call it conspiring because they all wanted to make sure they got the stories right? Tell them the guy didn't come into the house. The guy. Not their friend John O'Keefe. The guy. Tell them the guy didn't come in the house. Is that a conspiracy theory? That they called their good friend John, who they've gone around and said, oh, he was our best friend, JJ. He wasn't JJ then. He wasn't Officer John O'Keefe then. He wasn't even John then. He was the guy. Tell him the guy didn't come into the house. The guy. That guy. Is that a conspiracy theory? I'm glad the reporter asked Bill Read that though, because it's so like disgusting that people throw that at him, and that he has to be asked that question again. But he knocks it out of the park. He's like, Bill Read is so good at this.
There'll be too many surprises. 95% of the population, not only in this region, but in this country, if not around the world, have, after 3.5 years of watching this, 2 trials of what Karen Read endured, they have a good sense as to what happened. I mean, you can't look at these trials, inverted videos at the Sally Port. John O'Keefe's shredded hoodie that was suggested it was done by when he was left to die on the lawn by being passed over by Karen Read's vehicle, and yet it was done by a technician at the Massachusetts State Police Lab. All of the witnesses whose testimony was questioned because of recanting earlier testimony that may have gone on during the first trial or in a federal grand jury. People are aware of what's going on, and it will ultimately come to pass. We will know everything that happened. Justice will be served. There'll be too much of an outcry for justice to just, not be served.
Bill, what do you think is the biggest hurdle for Karen and her team going forward?
Stay healthy, stay strong, and they will. After 4 years this January, they have no quit, as Alan Jackson says, no quit. All the fight in the world, because it's a cause. This is an innocent woman who's been set up, who's been framed. This is a cause for justice. As an attorney, if you can't get behind this cause, you're probably in the wrong profession.
Funny, I just realized my camera, I have my laptop camera on. I don't know how that happened. Do you like this view better? It's closer, but every time I move my computer, it starts moving. I think it's better actually. It's a little closer up on me, but should I? In the chat, do you like this view or do you like it better? Let's go back to the traditional. Oh wait, it's not working. My main camera isn't there. I don't think I have the option to go back for some reason. My camera went down. I wonder why. Huh. That is so weird. What is going on? Let's see if I can change it here. See, now you see all these stuff on the side. Oh, see, now I don't like it. All right. Well, we'll have to figure that out later. I don't know what's going on with the camera. We have the wrong camera view. I don't know. My main camera shit the bed. This might be better anyways, actually. It's a little closer up on me. It's fucking funny.
So you really think the biggest hurdle would be mentality and staying strong rather than anything legally?
Know the facts, and argue them skillfully, depose the right people. We'll win. We will prevail. There is no doubt in my mind.
How important has Karen shared this with you? How important it is for her to clear her name?
I think most people see her as being terribly victimized. We know she's been objectified in terms of some of the vile comments by the now disgraced and former trooper Michael Proctor, who has since been fired. Karen lives within her own being. She knows she didn't do anything. I mean, true. I mean, she's lost 2 positions at Fidelity, at Bentley, had to sell her home, lost her vehicle, had to liquidate her 401, right? She's lost a lot. And plus, she's had to face the threat every day that this state was going to put her away for the rest of her natural life. And, you know, when people say, how do you face that? She's a strong woman. You know, my wife and I raised a strong daughter, but what she has become is largely on her own. We're so proud of her.
That's beautiful. You obviously have a long road ahead of you too. After coming out of a long road, really, the fight continues. How do you guys feel as a family? How do you move forward as a family? What's your advice there? Well, to anybody who finds themselves in a situation, a dilemma that seems unimaginable, I think you have to have faith. I mean, we're a prayerful family. We observe our religion. We're faithful to it. And that's important for anyone. You know, our time on this earth is short. We're all
Sanser, I love Bill Reed. If you're in crisis or times are tough, have faith. Talk to God. It does matter. Like, if you have faith, it means a lot. It does. This is great advice.
all mortal beings. And I think if you have that backbone of faith and trust in the Lord, you will prevail. It'll be sunny again. And it's sunny today. It's getting much better.
Anything else that you wanted to mention that I haven't asked you?
Thanks. I love this guy. He's saying it's sunny, which it is. Today was kind of sunny too, but he says it'll get much better. But we're about to get hit with winter, Bill. I love how optimistic he is. It's going to get crappy for a couple months. We know it, right? We're New Englanders. But then we know it will get better. It will get better. The spring is coming before the winter's even started.
For the coverage, thanks for the exposure. Thank you for keeping, this situation in the news. And, I suppose it's hard to not be in this news. I mean, the Karen Read saga she's a brand now. And we love her so much, and she's the most courageous individual I've ever met. Just proud to be her father, as my wife is proud to be her mother.
And she is fighting for not only herself, but people before her and after her.
Well, absolutely. There are people likely incarcerated who were not fortunate or blessed, as we have been in this case, to fight for the truth, to identify attorneys such as Alan Jackson, who can rally to the cause. And they're facing incarceration every day, and maybe some are facing no hope. So to the extent we prevail, and we will prevail, that provides hope to those who maybe do not have any hope. And for those who are in the system right now, and those who might be intended to do harm to innocent victims, it would be a wake-up call. Be careful. There'll be another Karen Read. And hopefully, all right, he or she will have the resources that Karen has.
I do have one more question. Your message maybe to anyone listed in that lawsuit, what would that be? What would you want them to know?
Too. He's so good at this.
They already know it. I have no message to them, nothing whatsoever. The document speaks for itself. It's rich in details. The granular is thick. If you wade through it, you can't help but come away with a pretty good impression of what happened.
And any message for the O'Keefe family?
We're fighting for Karen, but also parallel to that fight is getting answers as to what happened to John O'Keefe. So you can't look at this as just one outcome. If we're successful, as I believe we will be, then we will ultimately know what happened to Boston police officer John O'Keefe.
I love that he brought it back to John O'Keefe too. Really good. Such a good spokesperson for his daughter. He really is. Time is it 6:30? You know, tomorrow is the Karen Read civil trial. We'll be covering that tomorrow at around 2 p.m. The other night I was playing some Higgins. And we stopped it for the Canton Select Board. I want to thank John Como. I want to thank our super chatters tonight. What the Duck. I love her. Thank you so much, What the Duck. And our friend John from the Canton Chronicle. Pricks Insider. I hope you have some Pricks Insider tonight, John. I got a full house. No Pricks Insider, but I got like 7 different types of ice cream in the freezer. We got the Klondike bars. We got the little Hoodsie cups. We got all kinds of stuff here. No Pricks Insider, but thank you, John. I'll be able to get some more ice cream. Thank you so much. But tonight we got plenty of time, so why not just play the Higgins video? I want to get in the mood for tomorrow because these are the people who were being sued by Karen Read, and one of the ones we were playing the other night was Higgins versus Alan Jackson. We stopped it because we wanted to watch the Canton Select Board. This is one of the people that's going to be deposed again. Bill Reed mentioned it. So we're just going to start with him versus Jackson again. Let's play this for a while. Bad Brian Higgins.
Jackson, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Higgins, before we broke for lunch, we were talking about the text exchanges and the communication that you were having with Miss Reed the days leading up to January 23rd. Recall that?
Yes.
It's fair to say that her text communications with you started to dwindle off in the days before the 23rd, correct?
They lagged.
As a matter of fact, you reached out to her in an effort to try to prompt the conversation to continue, did you not?
I reached out to her, but I wouldn't say that's what it was about.
Well, you texted her, stranger, didn't you? Not once, but twice. Before we broke for lunch, we were talking about the text exchanges and the communication that you were having with Miss Reed the days leading up to January 23rd. You recall that?
Yes.
It's fair to say that her text communications with you started to dwindle off in the days before the 23rd, correct?
They lagged.
As a matter of fact, you reached out to her in an effort to try to prompt the conversation to continue, did you not?
I reached out to her, but I wouldn't say that's what it was about.
Well, you texted her, stranger, didn't you? Not once, but twice.
I believe so.
Take a look, if you don't mind, at, this is a page from what you've just seen.
So he needs the.
I'm sorry. That was right in front of you. May I approach?
Please.
Thank you. Just a second. Easy to
Maybe
find.
that should just stay with Mr. Higgins.
Thank you. That's easy to find. It's literally the last page. Report permission, may I publish?
Yes.
Does that look like a fair representation of what you're looking at? The last page of that series of texts?
Yes.
And at the very top, did you read what you write in the blue bubbles starting at the top?
Ha ha, stranger, stranger.
And then what was the response from Miss Reed?
Hey, I was at the Hilly all weekend.
And what did you respond at that point?
I have not heard from you.
And by the way, if you look at the next date down, what's the date underneath I have not heard from you?
The 23rd.
So this would have preceded the 23rd, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Then on the 23rd, and by the way, after you texted, I have not heard from you, she did not respond, correct?
She did not respond.
Then on the 23rd, she did respond with phone works, correct?
In the arrows, like both ways.
Right.
Yep.
And then what did you text after that?
I just said, thought you were all set.
And how did she respond?
She said, we're talking? No.
That's all I have for that.
Okay.
Bring the lights back up. So clearly with that last text, her response was, in response to you saying, thought we were all set, she said, with talking, no. Correct?
Yep. Yes.
Did that indicate to you that with flirting, yes, we're all done?
No, I didn't read anything into it.
Okay. But you did read where she said with talking, no, correct?
Yes.
And then you responded, how?
I said, are you sure?
Did she respond?
No.
As a matter of fact, the next time you saw or communicated with her, she was walking into the Waterfall Bar on the 29th, late night hours of the 28th, going into the early morning of the 29th, with her boyfriend, John O'Keefe, correct?
Yes.
Now, you had discussed your flirtations, if I can use that word, that you had with Miss Reed with your friends, at least some of them, correct?
I don't recall that. No.
Do you recall that you openly shared the details of your interest in Miss Reed with your work supervisor at the DOJ?
Well, that was after I shared what happened, that she kissed me. Yes, I did share that with her.
And that was with
That was the first time.
that was with a person by the name of Kate Dowd. Is that right?
That's correct.
And that was before January 29th.
Yes.
And that's because your interest in Karen Reed, whether you call it romantic or sexual or whatever, your interest was something that was at least occupying your mind at that point, correct?
No.
It was occupying your mind enough to share it with your boss.
No, what I shared with my boss was the fact that she kissed me. That was it.
Did you discuss your flirtatious relationship with Karen Reed with Brian Albert at any point?
No.
Never.
No.
So you were on a 4-hour drive in a snowstorm back from New York with Mr. Albert, and your interest in Karen Reed never came up.
No.
Even though he's a good friend.
Yes, just something I wouldn't talk about.
You'd been drinking since about what time? What time? That's a bad way to ask it. What time did you start drinking?
When are we at, Mr.?
I'm sorry, on the 28th, when you got back from New York. When did you start drinking?
Well, it wasn't until I swapped out vehicles and I went up to the hillside.
Okay. That would have been, give me a time frame. 9-ish, 8-ish?
It was dark. It was maybe in the area of 8 o'clock.
And what time do you think you got to Waterfall?
I couldn't say. It was after the hillside.
Did before Brian Albert left Hillside, did he tell you that John O'Keefe had been invited over to meet them at the Waterfall?
No.
Was there any particular reason why you changed your mind and left the hillside to go to the waterfall?
Well, I think, as I previously testified, that it was because I didn't always take them up on their offer, and I usually did the Irish exit, and I decided because of the weather and everything else, and it had been a long day, that I would go down there and join them.
Didn't have anything to do with you knowing that Karen Reed might be at the waterfall.
It couldn't have, because I didn't know she or John O'Keefe would even be there. I didn't know who was going to be there other than Brian's wife.
Do you have any text messages with Brian about going to the waterfall?
I don't recall. He told me about it at the hillside.
And once he got to the waterfall obviously before you did.
He did, I think shortly before, yes.
Any text communications between you and Brian Albert about who was at the waterfall or who was expected to come to the waterfall?
No, not that I recall.
Now, you've already indicated, and I don't think we need to go into a lot of detail about this, but I want to ask you just in general, the mood at the waterfall was good spirits, correct?
It was great. Band was playing.
You did not see any sort of tension between John and Karen?
I did not.
Nobody seemed overly intoxicated?
No.
You had had several drinks before you even got to the waterfall, right?
I think it was 3 to 4.
Did you drink additionally at the waterfall?
I did, yes.
Did you drink whiskey or beer or what?
Whiskey.
Okay. How many do you think you had?
I couldn't put a number on it. At least a couple.
And ultimately you left from there in your personal vehicle and drove over to, that's the Jeep.
The Jeep,
over to
yes.
the waterfall, correct?
I drove over to the waterfall.
I'm sorry.
I was at the waterfall.
Left the waterfall, drove over to 34 Fairview.
I did, yes.
When John walked in to the waterfall, were you already there?
Yes.
He greeted you, you indicated, correct?
Yes, I believe so.
Karen walked in with him,
Yes.
but she did not greet you, did she?
I think they kind of went like that in different directions.
Right.
Yes.
Did she greet you?
No.
Right. So she walked over toward the corner of the bar, and John came over and greeted you, and then walked over and joined her, correct?
Yes.
Karen didn't stop what she was doing once she was over in the corner of the bar and come over and say hi to you?
I didn't have any interaction with her that night, no.
So safe to say that throughout that evening, once she was sidled up next to John O'Keefe or friends that she was with, she never turned back around and came over and even acknowledged you, correct?
That's correct.
So she basically ignored you the entire evening.
That's not how I interpret it, no.
I didn't ask you how you interpreted it. I asked you what she did. Did she ignore you or did she pay attention to you?
Objection.
You can go ahead and answer that. Did she ignore you?
No.
So she paid attention to you. Came over and said hello, shook your hand, gave you a hug.
Well, just because somebody didn't come over doesn't mean they ignored you.
Did she do those three things?
Hug, what was the other
She
thing?
say hello, shake your hand, give you a hug?
No, she did not.
No, she didn't do any of those things, did she?
No.
It's like you didn't even exist.
I think that's dramatic. No, I don't look at it that way.
Did she ignore you or not?
No, she did not ignore me.
So what did she do to not ignore you?
She was
What's her
work.
interaction with you?
Can I answer now?
Sure.
She, in my opinion, she was working the room, talking to people, saying hello, catching up.
Right. The one person she didn't come over to talk to and say hello to and catch up with is you.
Well, I don't know that I was the only person, but I was one of the people that she didn't say hello to. Yes.
Treated you sort of like a stranger.
I don't feel that way. No.
She actually positioned herself away from you at the other end of the table on the opposite side in the corner. Isn't that right?
I don't know where she was all night. No,
Did
I
that
don't know.
upset you that she ignored you or didn't pay attention to you?
I did not feel ignored and didn't upset me at all.
But it bothered you enough to send her a text, didn't it?
No, it was a flirtatious text. It was just, that was it.
It bothered you enough to send her a text that said, with 6 M's behind it.
Okay.
And, well, correct?
Well, it wasn't like that. It was, well, that's it.
Just, well, like a well in the ground.
I think you know what I mean.
Yeah, I think you do too, sir. You meant, well, when are you going to pay attention to me?
No, that's not correct.
Well, why are you ignoring me?
It's not correct.
Well, am I chopped liver?
Objection.
All right, that's sustained. Mr. Jackson, let's move on.
At the end of the night, the group basically discussed going back to Brian Albert's house. Is that right?
There was discussion at the table of like, were we going to go to the pizza shop or were we going to go somewhere else? And ultimately it was 34 Fairview.
Before you left, just so we're clear, when you texted, well, she ignored that text too, didn't she?
Can you say that again?
When you texted her, well, at Waterfall, she ignored that text too, correct?
Well, that was the only text I sent that night to her. Yes.
Okay.
She didn't respond.
That wasn't my question.
What,
My question is she ignored the text, correct?
well, I don't know if I don't know what her mindset was. If she purposely ignored the text or she didn't see it, I don't know. I didn't read into it.
Did she ignore the text, Mr. Higgins?
I don't know.
Did she respond to the text?
She did not respond.
Got it. So when everybody was leaving, did you leave before they did, John and Karen, or did they leave before you did?
I don't know.
You said you were the first one back to Brian Albert's house, correct?
Yes,
Safe to say you were one of the first ones to leave.
I was the first one to leave
Waterfall.
the waterfall. Probably.
I mean, if you're the, if everybody's herding out and you're the first one to get there, you're probably among the first to leave, correct?
Most likely.
Okay. You never personally discussed going to 34 Fairview with, certainly not with Karen Reed, did you?
No.
And you never discussed it with John O'Keefe either, did you?
No.
You didn't say goodbye or walk over and give John a big hug or anything like that? An
No.
acknowledgement, did you?
No.
You just left.
Well, that's what everybody was doing, just leaving.
Okay. You too, correct?
I did leave, yes.
And all you knew that at that point, all you knew was that you were going over to 34 Fairview. You did not know who else was invited over to 34 Fairview.
My impression was that it was an open invitation and I planned on heading over there.
But you did not know who else was coming.
I had no idea who was coming.
And you didn't say goodbye to John, correct?
I don't think I said goodbye to anybody.
And you didn't talk to him about coming over to 34 Fairview.
No,
Yet at 2:20 in the morning, you texted John O'Keefe, you coming here, correct?
at 2:20,
Sorry, 12:20.
I did.
And that had 3 question marks behind it, correct?
Yes.
Did you text Karen about coming over to 34 Fairview?
No.
So at 12:20 a.m., after you left the waterfall and made your way over to 34 Fairview, you were more interested in getting John to come to 34 Fairview than you were to getting Karen to come to 34 Fairview.
No, that's not how I would describe that.
But you didn't text Karen, correct?
No, I didn't.
But you did text John.
Yes.
You've indicated that you took your Jeep, your personal vehicle with the plow on it, over to 34 Fairview, correct?
Yes.
And you were among the first to arrive because you were doing that thing with the sort of playing around by plowing his driveway.
It was a sweep of the driveway. Yes.
And then you indicated that you parked in front of the house, correct?
I did.
I know you've been over this before, but I'm going to ask you one final time so it's completely clear. Exactly where was your Jeep in front of that house?
By the mailbox.
Okay. Can we have, with the court's permission, Exhibit 66?
Okay.
This is a graphic representation of 34 Fairview, not a photograph. Just to orient you, do you see what's depicted in Exhibit 66?
Yes,
Do you recognize it?
I do.
Do you see the mailbox, which is about right there?
Yes.
Okay. Where was your Jeep in relation to that mailbox?
So the back end of the Jeep, the rear, would have been about around equal with the mailbox, and I was not blocking the driveway.
Okay, so you would have been about there, correct? If the right edge of that highlight is the mailbox being right there, you would have been about right there on the street, correct?
Well, that would have been the front of the Jeep. Where a laser pointer is, it would be the front.
Okay, so the front of the Jeep is facing the flagpole.
Towards Chapman Street, correct.
And the rear of the Jeep was basically even with the mailbox strut or stanchion?
It was definitely past the driveway, yes.
Okay. You indicated the plow was a 6-foot, what inch plow?
I think it was a 6'8", 6
6'8",
foot,
meaning the width.
meaning the width, yes.
How deep is that plow?
How deep? Like,
2 foot, 3 feet, 6 inches?
I mean, it's probably a few inches.
Okay,
It's light duty. It's on a Jeep.
okay. And it's obviously curved and
Curved.
canted to the right?
No, it wasn't canted at all. It was straight down.
Okay, so it's not like, I guess I'm picturing in my mind, I don't know that I've ever seen one, that the front of the Jeep is not parallel to the plow. In other words, it would plow stuff off to the right. Is that not right?
I'm not understanding what you're trying to communicate to me.
How is the plow positioned as it relates to the front end of the Jeep? Is it perfectly parallel to the front end, or is it canted one way or another?
So when you're driving straight locally, where you're not gonna have to worry about overheating the Jeep, I would just have the Jeep, the plow straight. If I was on the highway for a long distance, I'd be worried about overheating, so I would canter the plow, tilt it up so that air could get through the front grille.
So in other words, you can control it.
I can, yes.
How was it that night?
So
How was it canted that night? Was it straight or canted?
it was straight and straight on.
All right. When you walked into 34 Fairview, you indicated that there were people congregated basically in the kitchen area, correct?
There was some people in the kitchen area, yes.
How many people were at the high top table that you described?
Initially, when I walked in, I believe there was Brian Jr., and he was flanked by one, possibly two females.
And you indicated that basically you were positioned in that area with your back to the door for most of the evening, correct?
I was like I would describe it as diagonally across from him and had my back to the door that I had come in, which would be the breezeway door.
But at some point, you had moved out of that kitchen area with Brian Albert, correct?
Well, I briefly went and looked at some photos.
Right. So you moved out of that area with Brian Albert alone to go to a different room.
Yes, and I think his wife, Nicole, might have popped in the room for a second, but it was brief.
Did you have anything to drink while you were at 34 Fairview?
Well, when I got there, they didn't have any whiskey. I believe they might have put a beer or something else in front of me. And, you know, I knew it was going to be a short night there because I just wasn't going to, I'm not a beer drinker.
You've indicated in a prior testimony that you've never been upstairs in Brian's house, correct?
When you say upstairs, like you're talking like second floor?
Correct.
Yes, no.
Okay. You testified to that in a prior hearing, is that right?
Yes,
In May of 2023.
yes,
And you said specifically, quote, "I've never been upstairs." Is that
yes,
right? All right. You understood when you gave that statement that you were under oath,
yes,
you were telling the truth,
yes,
same oath that you took here today, correct?
yes.
You indicated that the photos that you saw were on the first floor living room area. Is that right?
I believe that's where they were, yes.
So the only floor downstairs from the first floor would be what?
The basement,
And the only floor upstairs from the basement would be what?
the first floor.
So if someone were to describe going upstairs to look at the photos that you've described on the first floor, where would they have to be to go upstairs to look at those photos?
Are you saying on the first floor?
Correct. If the photos are on the first floor
Yeah,
and someone said, we went upstairs to look at those photos, where would they have to be?
I guess upstairs.
The people would have to be upstairs?
Well, the photos would be upstairs. Is that what you're saying?
Where are the people? Where would the people have to be to go upstairs to the living room to look at the photos?
I'm not understanding the question.
If the photos are on the first floor, Mr. Higgins,
Yes,
the only floor beneath it is the basement,
okay.
and someone says, we went upstairs to look at the photos, where would they have to be?
Well, who said they went upstairs?
All right, so Mr. Jackson, you can save this for argument. Next question, please.
If Brian Albert said you went upstairs to look at the photos, where would you have to be?
Objection.
Sustained.
Now, Brian Albert had a weight room someplace in the house, right?
Yes.
And a gym.
I guess he called it a home gym
Where was that?
in the basement.
Had you ever been down to that basement before?
Yes, one time.
When was that?
That was during the twins' graduation party. Summertime.
Summertime before?
Summertime before, yes.
Summer of 2021?
Maybe.
So if Brian Albert testified
Or
that
could
you've
it-
never been in the basement, that would not be accurate.
Objection.
Sustained.
Now, you do recall giving testimony at another proceeding on June 1st, 2023, correct?
Yes,
And of course, the same thing applied. You were under oath. Is that right?
yes,
You knew that it was a crime to lie under oath
yes,
in that proceeding. During the course of that proceeding, you were asked who was in the house and who you saw come into the house, correct?
yes,
And during the course of that testimony, you admitted that you observed a tall, dark-haired male enter the Albert house that night, correct?
I believe that was in reference to ask to somebody's brother in a pickup. I don't know if that was during,
All I'm asking you, Mr. Higgins, is did you say that? Did you say a tall, dark-haired male entered the house while you were there?
I said they might have.
Did you say they might have?
Yes. And that was in reference to
Let me
somebody's
ask just a moment,
brother.
Your Honor.
Yes.
Isn't it true that you indicated that a male showed up who may have been Julie Nagel's brother, correct?
I said might have, yes,
Right. But there was no question in your mind that a male did in fact show up, and you described him as tall and dark-haired, right?
yes,
You were asked, a male showed up where? And you answered, quote, showed up at the house that I didn't know. I think he was there very briefly. I was half paying attention to it. Question, did that male come inside the house? Answer, I believe he did. Do you remember that?
yes.
So a male did come in the house that night, correct?
No, I said I believe he did. I wasn't sure.
Well, when you testified at the prior hearing, you were asked, so you saw someone else come? Question. Answer, somebody else. Yes. End quote. That's what you testified to under oath, wasn't it?
Is that in reference to that?
What page are you on, Mr. Jackson?
Page 485, 486, I believe. Yes. If I may, Coach.
Yes.
Thank you.
Look at the top part that I highlighted. Mr. Higgins, do you have that in mind?
I do.
May I approach?
Yes.
You were asked the question, quote, did that male come inside the house? You answered, I believe he did. Question, so you saw someone else come? Answer, somebody else. Yes, correct?
Yes, but I also said that I wasn't paying
Mr. Hayes,
attention.
I realize that you want to explain your answer. I've asked you a very simple question. Was that your testimony in front of another proceeding?
Yes, it was.
At another proceeding, which you were under oath?
Yes, it was.
Okay. You also said that you only remember seeing that person come in briefly. And it looked like he was having a conversation with the two girls briefly, correct?
Yes.
You were asked how long was the person in there roughly, and you said it was quick. Less than a couple of minutes. I mean, it was quick, correct?
Yes.
And then you were asked what he looked like, and you said, I feel like they were a little bit taller. They had dark hair, correct?
Yes.
So you testified that a tall, dark-haired male came into the house, at least briefly, in your testimony, correct?
Yes.
Approximately when in the timeline of events did that unidentified male enter the residence?
I don't know the time frame. It would have been while I was there.
When you gave your statement to the Massachusetts State Police, you didn't tell them about a tall, dark-haired male coming into the residence at 34 Fairview, did you, on February 3rd?
I don't recall.
You were specifically asked by ADA Lally when you testified before the state court grand jury on April 28th, 2022, who else was present, correct?
Yes.
And you never mentioned a tall, dark-haired male coming into the house, did you?
No.
However, on June 1st, 2023, at this other proceeding, you were specifically instructed at the start of your testimony that it was a crime to give materially false statements in that proceeding, correct?
Yes.
And that's the proceeding in which you admitted that there was a tall, dark-haired male who came in the house. Yes or no? Yes or no? Is that proceeding?
Can you answer that, yes or no?
No, I can't, Your Honor.
Next question, Mr. Jackson.
The quotations that or the quotes that I just read you and that you just looked at?
Yes.
That was from the June 1, 2023 hearing, wasn't it?
I don't know.
Mayor Pro Tem? Yes. That's what we just read, and that's another page. Just take a look at that page and see if you see a date on it, the first page.
I see it, yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
What's the date, sir?
June 1st?
2023?
Yes.
How long did you stay at the Albert residence in total? From the time you got there till the time you left?
Maybe like a half hour, less than an hour.
And what time did you leave? Say 12:30, you said?
I think I said between 12:30 and 1 a.m.
And you indicated that you pretty much didn't say goodbye to anybody, right?
At the house?
Correct.
I just kind of left. I said, see you later. Turn around, left.
As a matter of fact, at that same hearing that we just looked at, your statement was, I made a beeline out of there, correct?
I don't know if that's the verbiage I used, but I left
Why the rush? Why did you leave so quick?
because it was a long day and I just wanted to go home.
Except you didn't go home, did you?
No, I went back to Canton PD.
Right. So it wasn't such a long day that you actually drove home. You went back to the Canton Police Department at 1 or 1:30 in the morning, correct?
To move vehicles, correct.
Well, let's talk about you leaving. You walked out the side breezeway door, correct?
Yes.
You walked down the driveway.
Yes.
There's nothing obstructing your view at that point of the lawn to your right, correct?
I didn't look over there, but I would not think so.
Between you and the flagpole, in other words, there wasn't some mound of dirt, something obstructing your view. You could see straight across if you wanted to, correct?
If I wanted to, yes.
It's just basically a flat grassy lawn with a light dusting of white powder snow on it, right?
I don't know how much snow was, but there was snow there.
Yeah, you indicated that it wasn't even enough to stick to the pavement at that point.
Well, that's when I got there. Yes,
Well, you only stayed less than an hour, right?
that's correct.
So I'm assuming it didn't dump 3 feet in an hour, correct?
I think we can both agree that it's not it wouldn't have been 3 feet now.
Right, so it would have been a light dusting of snow.
More snow than there was there.
How far would you say it was from the edge of the driveway over to your Jeep?
From where the back of my Jeep was parked,
Correct.
maybe a foot or two, or it could have been even with the edge of the driveway.
Oh, no, I'm sorry. That's probably a bad question on my part. When you left the house, as you started to walk down the driveway toward your Jeep, how long of a walk is that? Across the yard to down the driveway to get to your Jeep?
Short,
30 feet?
maybe.
Okay. During the course of you walking out the door, heading to your Jeep, you didn't see anything out of the ordinary in the yard, correct?
No,
You certainly didn't see a body in the yard.
of course not.
Now, you get in your car and it's facing directly toward the flagpole, correct?
It's facing directly up the street. The flagpole would be off to the 1 o'clock.
Right. So just a few degrees off to the right, the flagpole is, correct?
It's off to the right.
Just a few degrees.
I don't know how many degrees, but it's off to the right.
Well, you just said 1 o'clock. You're a
Yes.
former military guy, right?
I am.
Okay. 1 o'clock means 1 o'clock on a watch. 12 o'clock is due north or right in front of you. 1 o'clock is just a few degrees to the right, correct? That's what you meant.
At the 1 o'clock, yes.
Okay. So you didn't see a body when you got in your Jeep.
No, I did not.
Then you turned the engine on, correct?
And the wipers, yes.
And the lights.
Yes.
And the lights lit up everything in front of you, correct?
Yes.
Still didn't see a body, did you?
No, I did not.
Sitting in the driver's seat, you put the car in gear and you begin to roll forward, right?
Yes.
But there was a plow on the ground that scraped for a foot, right?
Yes.
So you picked it back up,
Yes.
looked out the windshield to make sure the plow was situated, and continued to roll forward, correct?
I knew it was up when I continued to drive.
And as you continue to drive, you're looking ahead of you and probably to your left to make sure that there's no oncoming cars, right?
Well, I knew there was no oncoming cars. I was just driving forward.
Right. So your focus is directly in front of you.
On the road, yes.
And everything in your peripheral vision is right in front of you as well, correct?
Yes.
Nothing obstructing your view.
I mean, other than snow on the car.
Nothing obstructing your view outside toward the lawn. Wasn't another car parked there.
No, I didn't. There was no vehicles in front of me, no.
It was the roadway was relatively empty.
There was no cars.
And you didn't see a body then either, did you?
I did not.
And as you drive past that flagpole with everything lit up and everything in your peripheral vision, you still didn't see a body on that lawn, did you?
I did not.
You're a former firefighter, is that right?
Yes.
Did that put you in a position of being a first responder?
Yes.
And you're currently a law enforcement officer.
Yes.
That puts you in the position of being a first responder, correct?
I'm also a tactical medic, yes.
Which means that you have training to be an observer. You're a trained observer, more than the average person, correct?
Yes.
You look for things out of the ordinary. You look for things that don't belong. As an investigator, former firefighter, first responder, correct?
Yes.
And you did not see a 217-pound man bleeding out on the side of the road, in the lawn, or in the yard, just to your right by that flagpole, correct?
If I did,
I didn't
I
ask
would
you
have
if
done
you
something
did.
to help him.
I asked you if you saw one.
No, I did not.
And that's because there was no body there, correct?
I didn't see anything.
Because if there was a body there, you certainly would have seen that.
Objection.
Where exactly did you go when you left 34 Fairview?
I went back to the Canton Police Station.
When you were asked that on direct examination, you said you weren't sure where you went when you left 34 Fairview, either home or to Canton PD.
No, that's not what I testified to.
Did something jog your memory
That
about
is-
where you went?
That is not what I testified to. That was in relation to where did I go after I left 34 Fairview the next morning?
Why did you go to Canton Police Department that morning?
What's the question?
Why did you go to the Canton Police Department that morning?
The morning when I left 34 Fairview, the Friday into Saturday,
Correct.
to move 2 vehicles.
There's been quite an evolution of that story over the years, has there not?
I don't understand the question.
All right, let's talk about that for a second. You had an initial interview with Massachusetts State Police on February 3rd, 2022,
Yes.
correct? And you indicated during the course of that interview, which was just a couple of days, 5 days after the events in question, that you left Brian Albert's house, went to Canton PD to, quote, fulfill some administrative obligations, end quote, correct? You later said, when you testified in front of the grand jury on April 28th, that you went to Canton PD to do, quote, administrative work, correct?
Yes.
You'd never mentioned,
I said administrative things.
you said administrative work was your testimony in your transcript.
I believe it was things, but okay.
Okay. Can we agree, Mr. Higgins, that you didn't mention anything about moving cars around, correct?
Well, that would be administrative.
So when you say I went to Canton PD to do administrative work or administrative obligations, you meant moving your car, your personal vehicle?
Yes.
Okay. Although you didn't say that you were going there to move your personal vehicle, right?
No, I said I didn't move my personal vehicle. I moved work vehicles.
Or either one. You just traded off vehicles, moved them out of the way, right?
I moved the purpose for going back there was to move 2 work vehicles.
And the reality is you had gotten Canton PD earlier in the afternoon and actually moved some other vehicles, traded vehicles, didn't you?
I swapped vehicles out. That's correct.
Right. And you left the vehicles that you now claim you had to go move exactly where they were, even though you knew a blizzard was coming, correct?
That is correct. Yes.
So you didn't move the cars a few hours earlier, knowing that you just have to come back and move those cars a few hours later,
I was
right?
more concerned to go eat and have a drink because it had been a long day.
So wouldn't you want to move those cars early on so you wouldn't have to go all the way back to Canton and play, parking lot with these cars in the middle of the night?
Not really.
Mr. Higgins, you weren't actually at Canton PD to do administrative work at 1:30 in the morning, were you?
I was moving the vehicles. I'm sure it's on video.
And we'll talk about the video in just a second. You entered the Canton Police Station through which door?
I believe it was the door to the right of the Sally Port as you come in the main entrance.
And you made note of who was on duty that night, correct?
I didn't make note. I walked by, I saw somebody sitting in the control room and then just went about my business.
So you immediately knew that your friend, Officer Good, was working dispatch, right?
So do you need to hear something or? It's really hot over there. So why don't we take a 5-minute recess?
Court, all rise. We'll put everything up.
Can you just open the door and see if she's why it's hot over the window? Nancy, are you hot over here?
You want to put it there?
So why don't we all stay here and just see if we can do it quickly?
You be seated.
We can do this.
Yeah, I got it. Yeah.
Okay. If you don't mind. You know, I'll go over there. Nancy Paul will do it.
You are muted. Need to see how she's doing.
All rise for the court, please. Can I go downstairs and use the bathroom?
Absolutely.
Right, let's bring Mr. Higgins back. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Jackson.
Thank you. Mr. Higgins, if you went back to Canton PD at 1 o'clock, 1:30 in the morning, you would certainly be in a position to monitor anything that was happening at Canton PD at the time that at least you were there, correct?
No.
I mean, you would be inside the building, correct?
Yes.
With access to dispatch and anything else that was happening around that floor, that area, correct?
I did not go into dispatch.
You would have access to the interior of the police station at that time if you went back to Canton PD at 1:30 in the morning, correct?
I'd have access.
You could see if there was any activity going on, any calls, call outs, things of that nature.
I didn't have access to that and I wasn't looking for it.
Not that you were looking for it, Mr. Higgins. My question is more simple than that. If you were there, you'd know what was going on inside the building.
No.
So if you walked in, you would just be completely oblivious to anything that was happening. For instance, if troopers started amassing to go out to a call, you wouldn't see that.
Objection.
The objection sustained. Ask it differently.
You were able to monitor, you'd be in a position to monitor what was happening at the station around 1:30 in the morning when you were over there, correct?
No,
So how long did it take you to get home from Canton PD?
a little longer from after I moved the vehicles.
Correct.
I don't know. I mean, it could have been 15 minutes. It could have been 20 minutes.
You live alone?
I do.
You did then?
Yes.
What did you do when you got home?
I think I had something to eat, maybe a couple more drinks.
Then you went to bed?
Was either on the couch or in the bed watching the news.
In any of the prior testimony that you've given in this case, have you ever indicated, ever, that you slept on the couch that night?
I don't know.
Well, you reviewed your testimony before you
Well,
testified.
those would be the two options.
Okay. I didn't ask you about your options. I asked you if you reviewed your testimony before you testified today.
Yes.
Okay. When you reviewed your testimony previous to coming in here today, did you ever testify that you slept on the couch that night?
No, I slept in my bed, but I could have started somewhere else.
Did you ever testify in the previous hearing that you started somewhere else?
Not that I know.
Did you ever mention a couch in any of your description about what you did when you went home that night?
Not that I recall.
As a matter of fact, what you did mention under questioning in a different hearing was that you may have gotten something to eat, you then went to bed, put your stuff on the nightstand next to your bed, correct?
That would be the routine, yes.
You did not make or receive any calls after returning home that night.
No.
You were clear when you went to sleep in your prior testimony that you put both your work and your personal phone. You had two at the time, correct?
Yes.
A personal and a work cell phone, right?
Yes.
You put them both on your bedside table because that's what you do every night. Is that right?
Most often, yes.
As a matter of fact, you were asked whether or not you have a charging station, and you said, yeah, it's right on my bedside.
I don't know that I don't have a charging station.
Right, you said no, bedside. In other words, you keep your phone by your bedside, on your bedside table.
Usually.
You also testified that you did not use your phone that night to go on social media, correct?
That's correct.
You indicated that you don't go on, you didn't go on social media because you don't have social media. You don't use it that much.
I don't.
You said, I don't have the gram. I'm guessing that means Instagram, correct?
That is correct.
And you don't use Snapchat and you quote, don't do those things, correct?
That's correct.
All right. So you testified that the first call you received after returning home on the 29th was a call from Chief Berkowitz just before 7 a.m., which woke you up. Is that right?
It was around 6:30-ish, I think.
Okay. Your testimony previously was at some point before 7 a.m., that call was the one that woke you up.
Yes.
And it turns out, Mr. Higgins, that was a lie, wasn't it?
No, it wasn't a lie.
When you were asked that question at a previous hearing, you didn't know that the person questioning you had your phone records, did you?
I assume they did.
And you were thereafter confronted with those phone records, correct?
I was asked about them, yes.
And those phone records established that you and Brian Albert actually exchanged not one, but two phone calls at 2:22 a.m. that morning at a time when you claimed you were in bed asleep, correct?
I have no recollection of any phone calls.
May I approach you on?
Yes.
Please. May I approach you?
Yes.
Thank you. Take a look at those two documents and tell me if you recognize at least the top one.
Do they have a page number for me to follow or no?
I was just asking Ms. Little, I don't think we've introduced them, and no, they don't have a page number, but I'm going to ask that they be marked for identification, at least at this point. They need to be marked in, so I can't mark them. Do you recognize those?
Yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
These are, you know what, I'm gonna, if it's okay with the court, maybe witness maintain those documents?
Sure.
I'd like to have those two documents marked only for identification with the court's permission.
Okay. As one exhibit?
We can do it as one exhibit, that's fine.
Okay. Could you please hand those to Madam Clerk?
Yes, Your Honor.
Sorry, what was it?
Thank you.
May I inquire?
Yes.
Mr. Higgins, you see the document on the lower right. It has a page number or there's a numeric indicator 01770. In other words, 1770
On the lower right-hand corner?
in the right. I mean, in the red.
It says 01771.
Look at the next page. I think they're just out of order.
Why don't you come show
Am I
me?
missing something?
Oh, this was marked over. Sorry, over the top. That's the protocol. It's okay, it's okay. I'll use the one with QQ and the one with 1771 because the other numbers.
When you're referencing them. When you're referencing them?
When I'm referencing them.
Okay.
Take a look at the one that's marked with the QQ.
I see it.
You've seen that document before, correct?
I think I've seen it maybe on a screen, not in my hand.
That was these were the records that were shown to you at a prior hearing.
Yes,
And you acknowledge that at least the one marked QQ is a record of your calls, correct?
it has my name, my telephone number, correct?
And it indicates that on January 29th, 2022, at 2:22 and 35 seconds, you received a call from Brian Albert, duration of 1 second, correct?
Yes,
In other words, Brian Albert called you at 2:22 and 35 seconds, but it looks like you missed the call, correct?
I see the 1 second call, yes.
There's a second call just below that. On the same date at 2:22 and 52 seconds from you to Brian Albert. Do you see that one?
Yes,
And the duration of that call is 22 seconds, correct?
I see that, yes.
So 17 seconds after you missed a call, according to these records, from Brian Albert, you called him back and there was a call lasting 22 seconds. Is that right?
That's what the records say.
May I approach?
Yes.
So the fact is, you were speaking to Brian Albert in the middle of the night, approximately 3 hours before Mr. O'Keefe's body was found in his yard, correct?
No, that's not correct.
And that was 5 minutes before 2:27 a.m. when there was a Google search for how long to die in the cold, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
And then, of course, you lied about that under oath in that prior proceeding by saying, I don't remember this phone call.
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you, in fact, tell the truth at the prior proceeding when you said, I don't remember that phone call?
I always tell the truth.
Did you lie under oath, sir?
No, I did not.
Would you tell us if you did?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
You acknowledge that there's a 22-second phone call in your phone records, correct?
That's what's reflected by the record.
And 22 seconds is quite an amount of time. Would you agree?
It's 22 seconds.
As a matter of fact, it's about this long, with the court's permission.
The court does not give permission. That's argument, Mr. Jackson.
If we were to count off 22 seconds, it's an uncomfortably long time, is it not?
No,
It's long enough to have a conversation, isn't it?
I didn't have a conversation.
Is 22 seconds long enough to have a conversation?
No,
A human being can't have a conversation in 22 seconds?
Sure they could. I don't think it's anything of substance.
Okay, so that's my question. Is it 22 seconds long enough to have a conversation?
I don't agree with it, no.
Now, when you were asked about this and you were shown these records, that prior hearing, you had an explanation for what that 22-second call may have been and what the prior call may have been, correct?
Yes.
What was your explanation?
Well, I used a phrase that people commonly used as a butt dial.
So you think it's possible that you may have butt dialed Brian Albert for a 22-second call that you're not aware of?
I think it's possible that he could have been inadvertently called back, but I have no recollection of that, nor did I have any conversation with anybody.
But you admitted that you lived alone, correct, Mr. Higgins?
That's correct.
You have an iPhone at the time.
Yes.
Matter of fact, that number for the reflecting those records is in fact, or was in fact, an iPhone. Is that right?
Yes.
You already indicated under oath that you don't sleep with your iPhone. You keep it on your bedside table. Is that right?
Most often, yes.
There's nobody else in your room. Is that right?
That's correct.
And you had your ringer on because you were awakened the next morning by a call from Chief Berkowitz, right?
Yes, the ringer was on.
When somebody calls you and you miss the call, there's a notification that shows up on that iPhone. Isn't that right?
I don't know how mine's set up at the time. I don't know.
And if you open up your phone app and you go to recents, it shows all the missed calls, correct?
I think you can get to them, yes.
And you know that the iPhone does not automatically call people back. That is not a thing, right? You miss a call from someone, it's not just going to automatically re-ring them.
Yes, I think we both know that, yes.
So to call somebody back, you have to go on your iPhone, open it up from a locked position, navigate to a phone application, then navigate to a contact, and then make a call, correct?
Objection.
Sustained. You can break it down.
Sure. In order to call somebody back, if you've missed a call, you first have to unlock your iPhone.
You would have to, yes.
You can do that either through Face ID or through a 4 or 6 digit passcode, right?
Yes.
Don't tell me the code, but did you have a 4 or a 6 digit passcode locking your iPhone at the time?
I don't know if it was a digit code or Face ID.
Well, if you have a Face ID, you have to have a digit code as well, right?
I guess so.
Okay. Did you open your phone with your Face ID or a multi-digit code?
I have no recollection of answering the phone or calling anybody back.
You also have to navigate, once the phone is unlocked, you have to navigate to the phone app, correct?
I don't know necessarily if you unlocked it with your face, if it would be right there. I've never thought about it.
Once you unlock that phone app, you have to manipulate the phone on the screen with your finger in order to make a call, correct?
You would have to hit at least one button, I guess.
At least one, right?
Yes.
So that's 3 or 4 interactions with the phone that have to be physically undertaken to just make one call, right?
But I didn't make any calls.
So how'd you butt dial?
I didn't make any calls. I have no recollection of any calls, nor did I speak with anybody.
After you were shown these phone records at that prior hearing, in that hearing at least, you finally admitted that you did in fact call Brian Albert back, but this time you claimed the two of you just sort of sat in silence. Isn't that right?
Objection.
So I'm going to sustain it in that form. You can ask it appropriately, Mr. Jackson.
Did you ever previously testify that you did in fact make the call, but you did not have a conversation during the course of the call?
What I think I testified was something must have happened, but I didn't have any phone call.
Do you remember being asked, quote, did you call him back, end quote, and you answered yes? And then there was a question.
There was a series of questions there. That's only a fragment of what I said.
I'm not done yet, Mr. Higgins. Can you answer my question?
Yes.
To the question, did you call him back? Your answer was yes, correct?
I think it was kind of, I must have.
Then you were asked, well, the answer was yes. And then there was a colloquy back and forth where you spoke over each other's words, right?
There was dialogue back and forth about this whole thing, yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
May I?
Yes.
You see the pink highlighted question and the pink highlighted answer.
Yes.
What's the question? Please read it for me.
Did you call him back?
What's the answer?
Yes.
Thank you. May I approach?
Yes.
You then said a little bit further in that same conversation, I did not have a conversation, correct?
I did not have a conversation with anybody.
And the question following that was, you just listened to the phone, what someone was telling you? Answer, it's possible that the phone picked up on the other end and nobody said anything. And then I terminated the call, end quote. That's what you said at the other hearing under oath, correct? Yes or no?
Can I see it?
Sure. May I?
Yes.
Mr. Riley, same page.
Thank you.
The bottom portion in pink. If you could read that answer to yourself, please. You have that in mind, sir?
No, can I have a minute, please?
May I?
Yes.
Thank you, Your Honor. Does that refresh your recollection about how you answered that question?
Yes.
And your answer was, it's possible that the phone picked up on the other end and nobody said anything. And then I terminated the call. That's the only thing.
Meaning it's possible it could have happened.
It's possible it could have happened that you had a 22-second call with Brian Albert,
I
correct?
did not have a 22-second call with Brian Albert. There was no conversation.
You've had some time to think about this 2:22 a.m. call, correct? Since that last testimony.
Some time to think about it?
Yeah.
I haven't really thought about it, no.
So for over a year, you haven't even considered the fact that you were caught with a phone record lying about not having a conversation with Brian Albert at 2:22 in the morning.
Objection.
Mr. Higgins, what was so important that you and Brian Albert needed to discuss something at 2:22 in the morning?
There was no discussion. I never talked to Brian Albert.
And why the 22-second phone call, sir?
Objection.
Sustained.
I want to talk about what you did after you woke up on January 29th, 2022. That was obviously a memorable day in your mind, correct?
It was a sad day.
The very first person you spoke to after waking up was who?
Well, I believe I said I got the call from Chief Berkowitz.
That's not my question.
Say that again?
Who's the first person you spoke to on the phone that morning when you woke up?
Brian Albert.
Whose idea was it for you to drive to Brian Albert's house that morning?
It was my idea.
Was it important to you to speak with Brian Albert in person rather than over text or phone call?
No, it was important to support the people that were there.
So of course you drove over to his house, you had an opportunity to speak to him in person without any law enforcement presence, correct?
I was there with everybody, not just Brian Albert.
And Brian Albert was in the house and you were in the house, right?
That's correct.
So you had access to him and others without any law enforcement there. Is that right?
That's correct.
As soon as you got off the phone with Brian Albert that morning, who did you call? At 7:22 a.m. if you
I
recall.
think I might have called Chief Berkowitz back.
So as soon as you got off the phone with Brian Albert, first thing in the morning, the next call you made was to Chief Berkowitz. Is that
Yeah,
right?
yes, because he had called me first. Yes, I called him back.
Did you request from Chief Berkowitz any information that he may have had concerning the investigation surrounding John O'Keefe being found at 34 Fairview that morning?
No,
Were you trying to see how much law enforcement knew right away?
absolutely. I didn't even know what happened.
Were you trying to gather information about what happened so that you would know what happened?
Objection.
I'll allow it. Is that
No,
what you were trying to do?
no, Your Honor.
What did Chief Berkowitz tell you about his knowledge of John O'Keefe's body being found just after 6 a.m.?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you tell Chief Berkowitz that you had been with John O'Keefe and you were at the crime scene the night before?
Objection.
Sustained. You can ask that differently.
Did you inform Chief Berkowitz that you had been with John O'Keefe the night before?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
I believe I may have told him at some point that I saw John at the waterfall.
Did you tell Chief Berkowitz that you had been at 34 Fairview?
I believe I did.
Did you tell him that your vehicle was parked just feet away from where John's body was discovered?
No, because I didn't know where he was discovered.
Did you tell Chief Berkowitz that you and Brian Albert had had a call at 2:22 in the morning?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you tell Chief Berkowitz that you had been flirting with John O'Keefe's girlfriend in the weeks prior to his death?
No,
Did you ever tell Chief Berkowitz about the nature of your interest in Miss Reed?
no, I don't believe so.
Did you tell Chief Berkowitz that you had seen Mr. O'Keefe and Miss Reed the night before and that Miss Reed had ignored you?
Objection.
Sustained. You can break that down, Mr. Jackson.
Thank you, Your Honor. If I may have just a moment. You indicated just a second ago that when I asked, did you tell Chief Berkowitz that your Jeep was parked just feet away from where John O'Keefe's body was found, you said, I have no idea where John O'Keefe's body was found, correct?
That's correct.
You had just spoken with Brian Albert, right?
He said in front of the house.
All he said was John O'Keefe was found in front of the house. He didn't say right outside on my front lawn.
I believe he said he was found out in front of his house unresponsive.
Okay. If he was out in front of his house, then you would know, because your Jeep was also parked out in front of his house, that your Jeep would just be feet away from him, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you tell Chief Berkowitz that you had texted John O'Keefe to have him come over to 34 Fairview just hours before he was discovered dead in the yard?
No,
Did you think any of that was important when talking to the Chief of Police of the Canton Police Department?
I'll let him have it.
no, I didn't. There was no reason to tell him.
You've been an investigator for some 15 years and you were a firefighter for years before that, correct?
Yes,
You're very familiar with some of the tools that are used in conducting modern investigations, correct?
yes,
You'd agree that searching electronic devices and phones is an incredibly important investigative tool that modern investigators use, correct?
Objection.
In that form, I'll sustain it.
Are you aware that searching electronic devices is an important part of investigations?
Objection.
Are you aware of that, sir? Do you agree with that?
I've utilized phone data during the course of my investigations at times, yes.
Okay, so another way to put that is obviously phone data and electronic data is an important part of investigation. right?
Objection.
Sustained.
What time do you believe you got to Brian Albert's house that morning after you received the phone calls and woke up? What time did you make your way back over to Brian Albert's house?
Maybe around 7:15 in that area.
Was there any law enforcement presence there when you arrived?
I can't recall specifically. There could have been one police car. I'm not positive.
Did any officer ever ask you to take a look at your vehicle?
At what time?
That time, but actually at any time.
No, to my knowledge, nobody from law enforcement associated with the investigation had ever asked to take a look at my vehicle.
So they certainly didn't ask that day, correct? On the 20.
What I'm saying is, to my knowledge, nobody has ever asked me that.
Right. So that's my point. I'm just trying to break it down.
You're breaking. You want to tell me every instance when somebody could have asked me?
Correct.
Okay.
On the 29th, where you asked whether or not your vehicle could be searched.
Searched or inspected? What do you mean?
Either one.
Well, I would consider a search the inside of the vehicle more so than the outside. I would consider the outside more of an inspection. I would have been happy to show them it.
I'm sure you would have. I'm asking, did they ask?
No.
They didn't ask to search it. They didn't ask to inspect it.
No.
When you met with troopers, who was it that you met with on the 3rd of February?
Trooper Proctor and Trooper Buchanan.
Did either Trooper Proctor or Trooper Buchanan ask to inspect your vehicle, otherwise search it?
Not to my recollection.
And to this day, nobody from Massachusetts State Police has ever indicated that they want to inspect your vehicle.
No.
When you entered the house that morning, Brian Albert was there, Nicole Albert, Jen McCabe, Matt McCabe, Brian Albert Jr., and Julie Albert were all there. I'm sorry, had Julie Albert gotten there yet?
She came after me.
Okay, so at some point, all the people that I just ticked off, they were all inside the house.
Brian
right?
Albert Jr., Nicole, Brian, Matt, and Jen.
You all discussed the incident together, correct?
I wouldn't describe it that way, no.
Did each of you discuss your own perspectives about what had happened the night before in the early morning hours?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
People were in shock at the table trying to figure out what happened. The math didn't make sense. John and the defendant never showed up. People were in shock.
Trying to figure out what to say, right?
No,
And you were all talking within earshot of each other, right?
we were all there in the kitchen talking together.
At this meeting, and these were friends and family, correct?
Excuse me?
These were friends and family amongst themselves, and you being a friend. These are friends and family inside that house discussing this incident, correct?
Yes.
So at this meeting, you actually instructed Jennifer McCabe to call Canton PD and ask someone to come back.
Objection.
Sustained is to that form, you can ask it differently.
At some point, did an officer come back to re-interview Jen McCabe?
Yes.
Jen McCabe had told you that she had information about something that Ms. Reed had said, correct?
Objection.
I'll allow it. Did she tell you that morning?
She didn't specifically tell me anything. She made a statement at the table to the group of people and she clearly seemed like she was in shock. She was upset. And she made a statement, something to the effect that Karen had opined that she had hit John.
What she actually said was, I hope I didn't hit him, correct?
Objection.
It's not what I heard. No.
Who did you ever tell this to?
I've reported that.
That she said, I hit him?
Yes, I've reported it.
What you reported was Karen said, I hope I didn't hit him. And you said, oh, you need to tell Canton PD that. Isn't that right?
No, I don't think that's what I said. No.
You're sure about that as you are about that 222 call, right?
Objection.
Mr. Higgins, what time did you leave Brian Albert's house?
It would have been, I believe, when Sergeant Lank arrived, and I think Lieutenant Gallagher might have been with him.
You weren't scheduled to work that Saturday, correct?
No.
Matter of fact, you weren't on duty at all.
No, I wasn't.
But you didn't go home and get some sleep or run errands. You went directly to Canton PD from 34 Fairview yet again, didn't you?
Who could sleep after somebody just was discovered like that?
Did you go home or did you?
I don't believe I did, no. I believe there might have been a stop at Canton PD before I went home.
As a matter of fact, you didn't just stop at Canton PD. You spent the entire day at Canton PD on the 29th, didn't you?
I don't know that I spent the entire day there, no.
Well, you've got a key card, right?
I do have a key card.
And that key card logs swipes.
That's correct.
So it logs where you go, access to, and access inside the
Yes.
Canton PD, correct?
Yes.
When you got to Canton PD, and you're telling this jury, you don't know how long you spent there.
I don't know how long I spent there. I don't know if I left and I came back. I don't recall.
So if the records indicate that you were there from 9 a.m.-ish, after 5,
I don't know how the records would indicate that.
I'll show you in a second.
Okay.
While you were at Canton PD, did you speak again to Brian Albert?
I don't remember.
While you were at Canton PD, did you speak again to Chief Berkowitz?
Most likely.
While you were at Canton PD, did you speak with Brian Albert's brother, Kevin Albert?
I don't believe so.
Your Honor, may I approach quickly? Yeah, there's a particular area, but I just want to see if you recognize. May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you.
It's a 167-page document. Just take a glance. Obviously, don't read the whole thing. Just glance through it and tell me if you recognize what that is.
So it says Canton Police, all events logged by day.
So don't read it out loud, please.
I'm sorry, Your
Just,
Honor.
do you recognize
Yes, I do.
it?
Okay. May I approach?
Yes.
This appears to be a log of key swipes in and around Canton PD, correct?
Yes.
And it's in reverse chronological order, in other words.
I didn't note that, but okay.
Okay. You acknowledge that that is a record of the key swipes that everybody uses moving in and around Canton PD, going through doors, every place that needs a key swipe is logged.
I would assume that's what that is, yes.
All right. It shows that you entered Canton PD for the first time on the 29th at 1:27 a.m. Does that sound about right? When you got there, you say to move your cars.
It's possible.
All right. It shows that you were granted access to floor corridor 227. Does that mean anything to you?
No.
What about floor corridor 226 on the second floor?
Second floor would make sense because I went in the building and then to the second floor.
Let me have just a moment, Your Honor.
Sure.
By the way, did Brian Albert ever mention what time the officers cleared the scene?
No.
Without telling me the substance of the conversation, did he tell you when he talked to you at 7:20 or?
Not that I recall, no.
But you remember by the time you got there, the scene had basically been cleared. There wasn't a bunch of emergency vehicles, crime scene tape, nothing like that.
I didn't see fire trucks. I might have saw a cruiser. I can't be sure. I don't recall.
You're not sure about that even?
Sorry, I'm
You're
not
not sure about even seeing a cruiser, correct?
not 100%, no.
You certainly were not contacted by a law enforcement officer who took your name and ID or anything like that.
No.
Parked and walked in the house.
Yes.
Your Honor, may I approach one more time?
Yes.
Same thing. I'd like to have that document marked as next in order base pages. It represents base pages 2850 to 3016.
All right, so marked for identification. Is there an agreement this is coming in, Mr. Lally?
There is not, no.
All right, so that's marked for identification, not next in order.
Thank you. Sorry.
Thank you.
Mr. Higgins, if you will, I'm sorry, are we ready? Thank you. May I proceed?
Yes.
Mr. Higgins, if you'll look at Bates page 3015, which actually is in order, that's not reverse chronological, it's the second to the last page.
I have it.
One quick second. Can you take a look at the 8th entry from the bottom?
I see it.
Does that indicate that this all occurred on 1/29/22? This entry at least?
Well, I mean, I only, on that 8th entry, I see that that's associated with my name. I don't know what the other ones are associated with.
Right. It would be other individuals in Canton PD. I mean, this is the entire log for 129, right?
Okay, but what all I'm saying is that just my name is next to that. I don't see any other names, so.
Right.
Okay.
So on 1/29/2022, I'm just trying to orient you. At 127 and 52 seconds.
I see it.
Access granted, Brian Higgins, rear entry to secure corridor, rear entry to secure corridor, correct?
Yes.
All right, so that appears to be what the log entry or the key swipe entry looks like when it's logged, correct?
Yes.
If you look at page 2967, I'm sorry, I said it backwards, 2976.
Okay.
Take a look at.
So you said
time.
2976?
That's Bates page 2976. That's the bottom right-hand.
I see it, yes.
Look at the time entry for 9:23 and 39 seconds.
$923 and what?
39.
And that's on 2976?
Should be.
Give me the time again, please.
Why don't we do it this way? May I approach?
Yes.
This is an exact copy.
Yeah, this time's all over the place. My apologies.
That's
Okay,
fine.
all right, thank you.
At 9:23:39, I'm sorry, if you got that in mind?
I do, I see it. It's highlighted.
At 9:23:39, that shows that you were granted access to the Sally Port to front exit, front entry to Sally Port, correct?
Yes,
There's only one Sally Port at Canton PD, correct?
yes, and there's a door on each side of the Sally Port.
Two
Yes,
bay doors, right?
2 bay doors on each side,
And
yes.
then there's a
Pass through,
personal pass-through door as well.
yes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I want to try to speed this up just a bit because it's small print, reverse chronological order. On page 2976, there's also an entry, same page, should be right above that, 92350, showing that you were granted access from booking to Sally Port as well, correct?
Okay, 2976, and what was the time?
Page,
Yes,
it's about maybe 6 entries above, 6 entries up. You'll look for time 9:23 and 50 seconds.
I see. Yes,
All right, and that shows that you were granted access to the Sally Port and then from Sally Port to booking, correct?
says booking to Sallyport to booking.
Okay, so that's a key swipe. You either entering into the Sally Port from booking or from booking into the Sally.
Yes.
Could you repeat the question?
Of course, of course. May I inquire, Your Honor?
Yes.
That indicate, I have no idea what the last question was. I'll see if I can make a new one up. At 9:23 and 50 seconds in the morning, you were granted access booking to Sallyport and Sallyport to booking, meaning swiped the key card in the door going from booking to Sallyport.
Yes.
Okay. I don't want to belabor this because we could get bogged down into it all day long. Would you have any quarrel if those logs indicated that you were moving in and around Canton PD at 9:28, 9:53, 9:53, 9:54, 9:54, 11:40, et cetera? We can look at every one of them if you want to.
Well,
that doesn't refresh your recollection.
It would not be uncommon for me to move around Canton PD at various times or dates.
Right.
Middle of the night, during the day. But just because I swiped in somewhere and then you have a swipe at the end of the day doesn't mean I was there the whole day. I could have left, I could have come back, and I truly don't have a recollection, but I'm pretty sure I wasn't there all day.
Fair enough. If we moved from 11:40 to 11:44, 11:45, 11:47, 11:51, 11:52, and then jump to 2:05, would that be an explanation where you might have gone out for lunch, 11:52?
Could have.
Okay, come back. If
Yes.
there's a 2:05 and 56 entry, then obviously you're there, right?
If the card was swiped, I was there.
I mean, you're not giving that card to anybody else.
No, I'm not.
No way, right? Let's just look at 2905 because I want you to be comfortable. Page 2905, and let's look at that 2:05 and 56 entry.
I'm at 2905. Where would you like me to look?
About right there. Basically middle of the page. May I approach? This might be a little easier. Highlighted it for you.
I see it.
Okay, so that would indicate that you were back at Canton PD at least 2:05:56, and you were granted access Sallyport to front door, correct?
That's what it says, yes.
Okay. At 3:10 p.m., you called Brian Albert's brother, Kevin Albert, correct?
I don't know. It's possible.
Okay.
I mean, I don't remember every phone call I made that day.
Understood. Do you remember talking to Kevin Albert?
I don't.
So you don't remember what you discussed with him?
No.
Do you remember that it was a 12-minute phone call?
No, I don't remember having any phone call, but I'm sure it's possible that we spoke.
Do you remember Kevin Albert providing you any information about the ongoing investigation into John O'Keefe's death?
No.
Did you ask him about additional information concerning John O'Keefe's death?
No,
Were you providing details back to Brian Albert that you were receiving while at Canton PD?
absolutely not. No.
Do you recall that 2 minutes after you cleared the call with Kevin Albert, you then called Brian Albert?
It's possible.
So I think the question was, do you remember? Do you remember that?
Your Honor, there was a lot of phone calls made that day. It was an upsetting day. I spoke to multiple people at multiple times. I don't have a recollection. I'm sorry.
May I approach briefly?
Yes.
Thank you.
Just to close this loop, that appears to be your phone record, correct?
Yes,
And it appears that you made a call at 3:10 for 12 minutes with Kevin Albert, correct?
yes,
3:10 plus 12 is 3:22, correct?
yes,
You had cleared the call about 3:22, is that right?
yes,
And then it shows a 3:24 phone call to Brian, Brian Albert then calls you at 3:24, correct?
yes.
And you two speak for 6 minutes, is that right?
6 minutes, 5 seconds. Yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
Does that refresh your recollection that you made those calls?
I'm based on the record. Yes.
Was that just a coincidence that you were talking to Brian Albert and Kevin Albert within minutes of one another?
Yeah, I mean, there was a lot going on that day. People were upset. And I don't remember the phone calls. I don't deny making the phone calls. I just don't remember them.
Do you remember providing information that you were learning from Kevin Albert to Brian Albert?
Absolutely not.
And then may I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Same record. If you look just below those phone calls to Kevin Albert and Brian Albert, there's 2 additional phone calls that you had with Chief Berkowitz and then Brian Albert again, correct?
Yes.
Mr. Higgins, it looks an awful lot like you're gleaning information from Canton PD. Were you doing that?
Objection.
So I sustain the objection in that form. You can ask one part of that question.
Sure. Were you getting any information from Canton PD?
No, I wasn't.
Did you provide any information to Brian Albert
No, I did not.
based on any conversations or conduct at Canton PD?
No.
May I approach?
Yes.
But you were, in fact, on the phone with all of those interested parties throughout the day, you'll agree.
I was,
Answer that.
okay.
There's
Yes,
no
Your Honor.
objection. You can answer it.
Yes, they're friends and I was on the phone with them. Yes.
And sir, you were not on duty that day, correct?
No,
You are not a Canton police officer, correct?
that's correct.
You were not assigned to this investigation in any formal capacity, were you?
I was not.
As a matter of fact, you're a witness in a homicide investigation. That's your only role in this, correct?
That's correct, but they're still my friends.
And
Yes.
yet you're still having conversations with Kevin Albert at Canton PD while you're at Canton PD, correct?
Not about this.
And you're having conversations with Chief Berkowitz of Canton PD while you're at Canton PD, correct?
I had conversations with them, but not about this.
And
No.
you're consistently through the day calling Brian Albert, aren't you?
I had conversations with Brian Albert. John was found on his lawn. Yes, of course I had phone conversations with him.
I want to take you back for a second to a couple of other Sallyport entries, including one at 3:57, one at 3:58, and one at 4:07. I'm going to draw your attention to 2885 and 2886. Once you have the pages, I'll give you the times once again.
2885.
2885 and 2886. We'll start with 2886 and then work backward.
Okay.
First entry is at 3:57 and 54 seconds.
$3:57 and 54 seconds. I see it.
Brian Higgins booking to Sallyport, correct?
It says Brian Higgins, communication to pedestrian Sallyport, communication to pedestrian Sallyport.
Look at the one just above it. That's 3:58.24. Look at 3:57.54. Or the one, it probably is going to be just below it because it's reversed.
You said 3:57.54, correct?
Correct.
That's what I just read.
Got it. Look at 6 entries below at 3:57.36.
3:57.36. I see it. Access granted, Brian Higgins. Booking to Sallyport, Sallyport to booking.
And there's one more on page 2885. Look for 4:07.47.
$407.47.
Correct.
I have it. Access granted, Brian Higgins. Booking to Sallyport, booking to Sallyport.
And there's no record in that document of you exiting, correct? That's just booking to Sallyport.
Yes. I don't, yeah, there's no record. I don't know if it
That's all-
records you
that's all
going
that-
up.
you
That's
answered my
fine.
question. There's no record of it, correct?
Not that I can see here, no. I'm sorry.
And you're aware that that's about 90 minutes before Karen Reed's SUV was delivered to that Sallyport, correct?
No, I'm not aware of that.
You're aware that her car ended up in that Sallyport where you were at 5:36.
I'm aware her car ended up there, yes.
Are you aware that there was other evidence that was also being held in the Sallyport?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you see any other evidence in the Sallyport related to this case?
No.
Did you see a bag, grocery bag with 6 solo cups there?
Objection.
Did you see anything that seemed out of the ordinary there?
All I would do is use that as a cut through. I did not see anything.
Are you aware that at well, let me ask you this. You and Chief Berkowitz were moving in and through, at least in some parts of the day, in and through Canton PD together, correct?
At some points we might have been together. I'm not, I mean, we weren't together all day.
Matter of fact, he was also in the Sallyport around the same time you were, correct?
I don't recall that, no.
But the records would reflect that, right? The records that are in front of you?
Objection.
Sustained.
You were in the Sallyport the last time you're logged into the Sallyport, it's 4:07. Do you remember seeing Chief Berkowitz at Sallyport at 4:14?
No, and if that says that I'm logged, that could be me cutting
Mr.
through.
Higgins, all I'm asking you I'm not asking you what you did. I'm asking you where you were.
I don't know where I was at that specific time.
Well, you walked into the Sallyport, we know that,
If I walked in, I
correct?
cutting through, yes.
Right. Was Chief Berkowitz in the Sallyport at 4:14?
Not that I recall, no.
Was he there at 4:30?
I don't remember ever seeing him in the Sallyport, no.
Was he there at 4:33?
I don't remember ever seeing Chief Berkowitz in the Sallyport.
At 4:50?
Objection.
Sustained. Let's move through this, please.
Finally, was he there at 5:36 and 37 seconds at the same time Karen Reed's vehicle was delivered?
I don't remember.
Do you remember Chief Berkowitz, or were you with Chief Berkowitz when he made a call to the front desk?
No, I don't remember anything like that. No.
Do you remember Chief Berkowitz calling the front desk at 5:42 and saying, "Shut the barracks"?
Objection.
Sustained.
Do you remember any kind of call shutting the barracks, meaning shutting the Sally Port?
Objection.
Do you remember that?
I don't remember anything like that, Your Honor.
Okay, next question.
You didn't leave Canton PD until close to 6 p.m. Isn't that right?
I don't know what time I left.
Could it have been 5:50, 6 o'clock?
I don't recall what time I left.
You're aware that there's video surveillance feeds in the Sally Port garage, correct?
That's correct, yes. Around the building.
Were you in the Sally Port at 5:36 when the car was delivered?
I don't have any recollection of that, no.
It's one thing to say I don't remember. It's another thing to say, no, I was not there.
I don't remember being there, no.
Is it possible that you could have been there when that car was delivered?
I don't believe I was, no.
You don't believe you were? or
I
you
don't
weren't?
believe I was, no.
You're aware that the video surveillance feed from the Sally Port garage at or around 5:36, the precise time when the car was delivered, is just missing, right?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you receive a flurry of phone calls from Brian Albert and Chief Berkowitz indicating that some taillight pieces or a taillight piece had been recovered at 34 Fairview later that evening?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you receive a call at all, without telling me what the conversation consisted of, around 6:12 p.m. from Brian Albert?
I don't know what day you're referring to.
The 29th.
No, I don't remember any phone calls like that.
Do you remember 3 minutes later getting another call from Chief Berkowitz at 6:16 p.m. that lasted about 5 minutes and 15 seconds?
No.
May I approach?
Yes.
If you look at the entries for 6:12, 6:16, see if that refreshes your recollection.
Are you referring to the,
6:12 and 6:16.
okay, I see those, yes.
There was a call at 6:12 that Brian Albert made to you for a duration of 1 minute and 7 seconds, correct?
Yes.
And right after that, there was a call from Chief Berkowitz to you at 6:16 that lasted 5 minutes and 15 seconds, correct?
Yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
They telling you that taillight pieces had been found at the location.
Objection.
Sustained.
Your Honor, may we approach briefly?
Okay.
So, may I inquire?
Yes.
Your testimony is that you don't recall the substance of those conversations at 6:12 and 6:16.
I don't know.
Isn't it true that you were asked about those phone calls at another hearing?
I might have been, I don't recall.
And did you testify at the other hearing that in fact, what was discussed was the substance of the taillights being found at the location?
No, that's not what that was in reference to.
Were you being provided information from your friend, Chief Berkowitz, about the progress of the investigation?
No,
Were you providing your friend, Brian Albert, information about the progress of the investigation or what you perceived it to be?
no, I didn't have any information on the investigation.
May I have just a moment, Your Honor?
Sure.
You were not interviewed about this case in any formal capacity until 5 days later, correct?
That sounds about right.
February 1st, Trooper Proctor?
I'm not exactly sure the date, but it was several days after, yes.
I'm sorry, I said February 1st, maybe it's
I don't-
February 3rd.
I don't know the date, but we were into February.
Where did that interview take place?
Sharon, Mass.
I'm sorry?
Sharon, Mass.
At what location?
Sorry?
What location?
Objection.
I'll see counsel very quickly at sidebar.
Yes. Okay, the interview was not at the police station.
It was not, no.
By the time you interviewed with Trooper Proctor, you had already had numerous conversations with Brian Albert. Is that safe to say?
Well, the interview was with both Trooper Proctor, Sergeant Buchanan, and of course, I've talked to Brian Albert because of what took place.
That was a yes or no question.
Yeah, of course I've talked to him, yes.
Okay, and the answer is yes, right? Can we agree?
The answer is yes.
Thank you. By the time you spoke with Trooper Proctor and Trooper Buchanan, you had already had numerous conversations with Chief Berkowitz, correct?
Yes,
You had already had numerous conversations with Kevin Albert.
yes,
You had already had this meeting with the Alberts and the McCabe's over at 34 Fairview. Is that right?
I went to the house.
and discussed this case, as you earlier described in your testimony?
I discussed what we were trying to figure out what happened.
You discussed this case, Mr. Higgins.
Well, at that point, it wasn't a case.
Okay, I'm not parsing words about what a case is versus a matter versus an issue. You understood my question, didn't you?
Yes.
Is there a reason you don't want to answer that question?
I don't have a problem.
Objection, Your Honor.
No. Is there a reason, or why don't you go ahead and explain?
Well, I feel you're trying to make it sound like something it wasn't. It was.
I'm not trying to make it sound like anything, sir. I'm asking a question. Had you discussed this case or the issues surrounding this case with those folks?
I did discuss things when I went back to the house, yes.
And that was before you met with Trooper Proctor and Trooper Buchanan,
Yes,
correct?
that's correct.
You had already spent an enormous amount of time at Canton PD. We've just gone through those records. Is that right?
I have been at Canton PD, yes.
And you had been able to talk to, you had access at least to all the officers, correct?
What do you mean by, can you
Anybody that was coming and going at Canton PD,
access for what purpose?
just to walk by them, to hear what they were saying, see what they were doing.
Yeah, it's not what I was doing, no.
I'm not accusing you of doing anything. I'm saying you had access to the individuals within the Canton PD, correct?
To interact if needed, yes.
And very obviously, you had access to the Sally Port.
And access, yes, and that's a cut through I used all the time.
And anything that was in it. Correct?
I wouldn't need anything in it.
It was only after all that that Michael Proctor thought that you were worthy of a conversation.
Objection.
I'll rephrase it. It was only after all of that that you were interviewed by Michael Proctor and Trooper Buchanan, correct?
I wasn't interviewed to the following days, that's correct.
At some point on February 4th, Chief Berkowitz called you to personally inform you that he had personally found taillight at 34 Fairview. Is that right?
He did tell me that, yes.
And to be clear, that's the same Ken Berkowitz that you were with in the Sally Port.
I don't recall being in the Sally Port with him, no.
What did you do with that information when you learned from Chief Berkowitz that he personally saw a taillight piece as he drove by?
I didn't do anything with the information.
Did you call Brian Albert?
No, Brian Albert called me.
You were asked a specific question in the other proceeding in June of 2023, correct?
I don't know if it was a specific question. I was asked a series of questions on how the phone calls came in. That's what I was asked.
And your answer was, it's 100% probable that I told him about that, meaning I told Brian Albert about my conversation with Ken Berkowitz, correct?
It's possible.
Was that your statement or not?
It was my statement then, but I've thought about it, yes.
And you've changed your statement somehow?
I don't know if I changed my statement, but I think the way the phone calls came in is Brian Albert told me, you're not going to believe what was found on the front lawn. And then I believe Ken Berkowitz told me he found the taillight, and I'm referring to the taillight from the both of them. I didn't provide any information to anybody.
Well,
information was provided to me.
What you actually said was, it's 100% probable that I told him about that. Yes, 100%. I'm not hiding that fact, but you're asking me if I recollect specifically. I know I called him after that.
Objection, Your Honor.
All right, so too many facts. Go slowly.
Sure. You said, yes, 100%, correct?
In that testimony, I did, yes.
And then in that testimony, you went on to say, I'm not hiding that fact, but you're asking me if I recollect specifically, correct?
I don't have it in front of me. That's what you're telling me.
You went on to say, I know I called him after that phone call, correct?
I don't know.
And you went on to say, if that's when Chief Berkowitz told me listen, I didn't do anything wrong in this, end quote. That was your statement.
Objection.
Prior hearing, correct?
So I'm going to strike the end.
Your Honor, may I?
Yes.
You said you don't recall that entire testimony, right?
Not that portion, but I know I was asked about how the phone calls came in and what was said.
Do you think it would refresh your recollection to see transcript of your answer?
Is this it right here?
That's it.
I'm going to read it.
May I?
Yes.
Thank you. Does that refresh your recollection to what your testimony was under oath in June of 2023?
I do.
And you said, if that's what Chief Berkowitz told me, if I listen, I didn't do anything wrong in this, correct?
That was the statement I made, yes.
Why did you say, listen, I didn't do anything wrong in this?
Objection.
Why'd you say that?
Because I felt they were being accusatory and I was trying to explain what was going on. And what I had said over that was, I believe what I said, something to the effect, I can't be 100% positive. And then when I went on to say, it's probable. But I felt like they were being accusatory and I was trying to explain how the phone calls came in. I've had time to reflect about it after that, since that testimony. And that information about the taillight that was found was provided by each person. I didn't provide any information to anybody.
Next question. Thank you. You said, look, I didn't do anything wrong in this because it looks like you and Ken Berkowitz were colluding to provide information to Brian Albert, correct?
Objection.
Is that correct?
Absolutely not correct. That's
And
wrong.
you knew that was going to look like collusion, which is why you said, look, I didn't do anything wrong in this.
Objection.
Objection sustained.
Mr. Higgins, if you wanted to get rid of, and you've dealt with cell phones and electronic devices in your career many, many times, correct?
Over my career, yes.
You've probably even written search warrants for them, things of that nature, right?
Yes.
If you wanted to destroy evidence on your cell phone, what kind of steps might you take to do that?
Objection.
If you wanted to just get rid of information on your cell phone that would be unrecoverable, what steps might you take?
Objection.
Do you know how to get rid of information on your cell phone?
Objection.
That's allowed. You can answer that.
Do I know how to get rid of information? I mean, I think there's different ways. You could wipe your phone.
Anything else?
You could wipe your phone.
Did-
Factory reset.
Factory reset might be one, wiping your phone, taking the SIM card out.
I don't know that the SIM card's going to take information that's on the phone out.
So that might be one avenue. You could break the SIM card in half or
It
snap it.
It could, yes.
You know, the SIM card stores an enormous amount of data that the phone's just a brick.
No, I don't know that.
Okay. You could also, if you take the SIM card out, you just get rid of the phone somehow, right? Just destroy it.
Yes.
Might even consult with some kind of an expert to help learn how to permanently erase things from a phone, like a forensics expert, for instance.
Objection.
Sustained.
On Saturday, January 29th, you spent much of the morning at Brian Albert's house, and then the rest of the day variously at Canton PD. You would agree with that, correct?
No, you said I spent much of the morning at Brian Albert's house?
Correct. In other words, you went over there at whatever it was, 7:50, 8 o'clock, something like that, and then until about 9 o'clock.
No, I got over there around 7 o'clock and I was there less than an hour. I wasn't there most of the day.
Okay,
I never
fair
went back there.
So you spent time at Brian Albert's house, then much of the rest of the day at Canton PD, correct?
Yes.
And then the very next day, that Sunday, you called a friend of yours, a guy named Matt Kelch, didn't you?
Yeah, he's my best friend.
And
Yes.
he's a special agent with the FBI, isn't he?
No, he's not.
Was he then?
He's never been a special agent with the FBI. He's a special agent with ATF.
My mistake. I thought he was with the FBI. He's a
He-
federal special agent,
He's a coworker of mine. Yes.
which makes him a federal special agent, right?
An ATF agent. Yes.
And does he work for or have access to the Regional Computer Forensics Lab?
Yes, he works over there.
Okay, that's the FBI Regional Computer Forensics Lab, correct?
Yes.
That's how I got my mistake. I apologize.
Well, I just want to make sure the record's reflected correctly.
You and me both. So you reflected it correctly. So Matt Kelch is an ATF agent who works at the FBI Regional Computer Forensics Lab, correct?
Yes.
And he's an expert in digital forensics, is he not?
He has a level of expertise more than myself.
And
Yes.
he's one of your best friends.
He is my best friend.
You spoke to him about the death of John O'Keefe, did you not?
Yes.
And you asked him for a personal favor, sort of off the books, correct?
Objection.
In that form, I'll sustain it.
Did you ask him for a personal favor?
No,
Did you ask him to show you or consult with you how to pull things off of your phone that you decide to get off your phone?
I asked him how I could pull text strings off my cellular telephone for the purpose of providing them to law enforcement.
This was not in connection with any case that he was working, correct?
That's correct.
It was not in connection with any case you were working, correct?
Objection.
Objection sustained, but you already answered. I'll strike that answer. Second question you can answer. Is this in connection to any case you?
No, Your Honor.
Next question.
But you asked your friend to utilize his resources to teach you how to extract certain information off your phone? Is that what you did?
I asked him if it was possible to get this off, if there was a method to get this off my phone so I could provide it to law enforcement.
And that information was selected by you, correct?
Two particular text threads, yes.
Right. In other words, there was nobody else that was picking and choosing what to get off your phone. That was just you.
It was me, yes.
And the reason you did that, Mr. Higgins, is that you wanted to control and limit the amount of information that was pulled off your phone, right?
Objection.
Is that why you did it?
No, I did it because I wanted to provide it to law enforcement, Your Honor.
Okay, next question.
But you could have just provided your phone to law enforcement and let them image the entire thing, correct?
I guess that was an option, yes.
And you knew that was an option at the time. And you're a trained ATF agent.
What's the question?
You knew it was an option to just hand your phone over. Just pick it up and give it to them.
And there was also an option to provide it to them as well.
Right. But you chose the one that you got to select the information, not the one where they would get everything, correct?
Objection.
Changes to that form.
Did you actually go to the FBI computer forensics lab?
Yes. Let me correct that. I didn't go to the lab itself. I went to a kiosk, what they refer to as a kiosk on the first floor over at FBI.
Okay.
And all local PDs, law enforcement have access to that.
And that's obviously.
It's an unrestricted area. You can be in there, as I understand it, unaccompanied if you're local law enforcement. It's on the first floor.
That is a federal facility, however.
Yes, it is.
Did you utilize any computer or any data extraction machinery, if you will, a computer or something to extract this data?
Well, it was a machine. I don't know what it's called.
Okay, fair enough. I'll use the word machine. I don't know what it's called either. So you hooked that phone up to a machine, correct?
Yes,
And that machine belonged to the FBI. It didn't belong to you. Is that right?
that's correct.
So that was a federal resource, not for anything having to do with any official case that you were working. Isn't that right?
Objection.
So I need to see you. I know this is not concerned, but I need to see you. While we're doing that, counsel, come on back. Yes.
Thank you.
May I ask the advocate to? Thank you. I was trying to figure out how we.
I don't know. Is that in reference to the key swipes? Yeah, I don't know.
We may as well use this time with me asking counsel a question at sidebar. Mr. Conley? If you just go and just stand next to your client, Mr. Jackson's going to make an offer of proof of a question he's about to ask your client, or a couple of questions he's about to ask your client. Doesn't make any sense to me that somebody has counsel and the counsel is not aware of a potential issue. So you'll hear the offer of proof. I'll let you speak to Mr. Higgins before this actually happens before the jury.
Could I just have him identify?
Yes, I was just going to ask you to identify yourself.
Sure, my name is William Connolly, spelled C-O-N-N-O-L-L-Y.
All right.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
The witness has indicated that he utilized federal resources for personal gain. The specifics of that testimony have been as follows. He indicated that he contacted Matt Kelch, a federal agent. He indicated that he utilized a federal facility. He called it an unsecure facility, but it's a federal facility notwithstanding. And that the two of them, he and Agent Kelch, utilized federal resources in the form of some kind of a machine as
The question we should probably ask any of the DA candidates. Should Higgins be prosecuted for this?
the witness indicated, for his own personal gain, so that he could, as a witness, in no official capacity, working any official case, and in Matt Kelch's capacity as an individual rather than an agent, they both work together to download certain information from the witness's phone in anticipation of turning that highly selected, highly curated information over to law enforcement so that he could later ultimately destroy his phone, which this witness in fact did.
Okay, so it's not entire. I disagree with you. I don't think it's reached that level. His testimony was that he went to a kiosk on the first floor where all local police departments can go. It's unrestricted. It's on the first floor. And we just got to the part about a machine in the kiosk when you mentioned an FBI resource. So what is your question? What questions do you intend to ask this witness now?
Whether he's aware that under 5 CFR 2635.702, it is a federal offense to use his public office, to use any public office for his own private gain or for the gain of persons or organizations with which you are associated personally. In other words, an FBI agent or an ATF agent cannot use federal resources for personal gain. The fact that he contacted an ATF agent, the fact that he utilized a facility that is owned by the federal government, run by the federal government, paid for by taxpayer dollars, and the fact that he used a machine that is owned by the federal government to download certain information for his own personal gain, that personal gain being, these are the curated texts that I'm going to turn over to law enforcement, that's a federal offense.
All right. So those questions are going to be asked. I don't know, there's been an objection to them. I'm not sure I'm going to let them in. But I wanted to give you the opportunity to speak privately with your client in the back room there. Can you do it in short order? Or do you need
I
more
can
time?
do it in about 10
Unbelievable.
seconds.
Okay.
Go take a second,
All right.
Higgins.
If you feel the need.
Go
So-
take a minute,
So why don't we
Higgins.
go, why don't you go back and talk to him? I'll stop bringing the jury or getting the jury lined up to come back.
This is
okay?
why I can't wait for the civil depositions. Hopefully we get to see those. Hopefully we end up getting a copy, some video of those. What an ending to his testimony here. All right, let's just, I'm gonna fast forward a little bit, just a little bit. Oh, look, Karen and Yannetti yakking it up, having a good time over there. No, he was not convincing. He was not. There we go. Here comes Higgins with his lawyer. Tomorrow, 2 p.m., Karen Reed, civil trial. We'll try to stream it. Depending, I don't know if there's going to be cameras or we're going to do Zoom. We'll be on it in the morning. We'll figure it out. 2 p.m. tomorrow. Be here.
Be seated for the session.
All right. We have a very few minutes left, Mr. Jackson.
Understood. Mr. Higgins, you indicated that the phone was hooked up to some sort of machine at the FBI kiosk, correct?
Yes.
You're aware, sir, that under 5 CFR 2635.702, you may not use your public office for your own personal or private gain or for the gain of persons or organizations with which you are associated personally under pain of a federal offense, correct?
Objection.
No, Your Honor.
Are you aware that under 5 CFR 2634.
This is a great comment. It's a great comment, Cindy. Funny, his lawyer can have a 10-second convo, but he denies that 22 seconds is enough for a convo with Brian Albert. Exactly. Why was he so defensive about that, too? Oh, there's so many things he said. When they asked him if when he came out of the house, could he have seen the body if he wanted to see it, if he wanted to look that way, why wouldn't he want to look that way? A lot of little statements like that these folks make that when you listen back to them, you catch them maybe a second or third time, you're just like, oh, if I wanted to look that way. So you mean you didn't want to look that way because what, you might see something that way? And it was basically right in front of you. You walk outside the door. All you had to do is look a little bit to the right, just a little bit to the right. If I wanted to look that way. This guy.
704, it's a felony to quote.
Objection, Your Honor, as to
quote, an
reading.
employee.
Go ahead and finish the question.
For an employee, an employee has a duty to preserve and conserve government property and shall not use such property or allow its use for other than authorized purposes. Were you aware of that federal regulation?
That objection sustained.
Sir, notwithstanding those regulations, you utilized the services of Matt Kelch as a friend and a colleague, but utilizing federal resources to pull information off your phone, correct?
Objection.
Sustained as to that form.
In fact, you were successful in getting information off your phone, which is the text that you turn over to the Commonwealth, correct?
Objection.
In that form, you're almost there, Mr. Jackson. That form was improper.
The information that was ultimately pulled off your phone was the information that you selected and you and Matt Kelch worked together to get off your phone, correct?
Objection.
Is that correct?
No, Your Honor, if I could explain.
Sure.
He walked me through on how I could pull the text string with John O'Keefe and the defendant. He walked me through the process, how to use the machine.
And then you did that.
I did do that. That's
And
correct.
That's what you turned over to the police.
That's correct.
And any other information would still be on your phone ending in 5421, correct?
Well, that information stayed on my phone. I just took those strings off and provided them to the Mass State
Right.
Police.
So where's your phone?
I do not have that phone anymore.
You've destroyed that phone, haven't you?
No, I threw the phone away.
Well, that's destroying the phone, isn't it?
I had every.
Can't just admit the facts. He has to say, no, I didn't destroy it. I got rid of that phone. He's so full of it. This is what he is not good. He thinks he's good, but he's actually not good. This is a lot of reason why Karen got found not guilty.
Right to do that.
I didn't ask you about your rights. I asked you what you did.
Objection.
Yeah.
Sustained.
Yeah, we didn't ask you about what rights you had. We asked you what you did. I mean, come on. Just because you have the right to do something doesn't mean you're supposed to do that, or you should have done that, or why did you do that? Why did you get rid of that phone? You know, people get rid of phones. I got rid of my last phone. The reason why is because they offered me a discount if I turned it in. Right? To whoever my self-service is. I'm not going to say who it is, but you know what I'm saying. The self-service company. When I got the new phone, they offered me money for the old phone. That would be normal. Just to toss your phone, though, in a military base, that is not normal. That is not normal. I'm sorry. It's not normal. No, nothing normal about that. I want to know, is anybody in the military here, has anyone ever threw out their cell phone at the military base? I haven't been able to find one person that thinks that's normal.
Removing the SIM card. Half, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you do that? Did you pull the SIM card out?
Objection.
Did you pull the SIM card out of your phone?
Your Honor, to the best of my recollection, if I did take the SIM card out, I would have when I threw it away, if I was going to take it out, I would break it or cut it.
Well, this is wild right here. This answer. If I did, reminds me of OJ. If I did it, he's basically quoted OJ. Remember that book, OJ? If I did it, this is what I would have done. It's just like OJ. Yeah, it's just like OJ. It's unbelievable. And then, like, it's funny when I turned in my phone, like I said, to my cell phone company. I didn't know. Honestly, I'm not that tech oriented. I don't know how to pull out the SIM card. My guy at the store pulled it out for me and said, "Do you want us to destroy this SIM card? This little thing?" He pulled it out of the phone, the old phone. I said, "No, I'll take it. I'll take it. I'll take it with me, and I basically cut that little baby up into two pieces and put it in two different trash areas so no one could ever get my shit, right? But I know exactly what I did with that. Like, who doesn't remember that? Like, if I did it, I would have done this. What? I can tell you exactly what happened to my SIM card. Right? He's so full of shit. He's such a liar. Why is he lying? Why is he lying? I mean, that's why the jury didn't buy these witnesses. Why are they lying? I guarantee the jury was like, why is this guy lying about his SIM card?
But I did not wipe the phone. I did not take anything else off it. But if I was going to throw the phone away, that's what I would have done.
I would have done that, but I don't know if I did that. If I did, that's what I would have done, but I don't know if I did that. I mean, is that what he's trying to say? That makes no sense at all. None. What a liar.
Experience, when you pull the SIM card out and break it, and then throw the phone away and the SIM card away, you don't need to wipe the phone.
Objection.
Sustained. Mr. Jackson, that's it.
Your Honor,
One
That's
more
it.
question.
You're done. One more question. You're getting too far. You're doing too much damage. Let's end this day. This is too much. This is what she's basically bailing him out at the end of the day.
I think. You were aware that that there was a court order that you not alter, delete, or destroy, or in any way manipulate your phone or the electronic data associated with it, correct?
Objection.
As to what date?
As of September 23rd, I'm sorry, September 30th, 2022.
Objection. I don't believe that's what the court order was. I think it's
I
was.
can make a quick offer of proof. That's exactly what it was that he was notified.
Were you aware of that? Was that your understanding?
What's the question exactly, Your Honor? I'm sorry.
Ask the question again.
Sure. Were you served with a copy of a notice on September 30th, 2022, that you not alter or destroy or manipulate anything on your phone on September 30th?
I was served an order. Yes, that's correct.
And isn't it true, in another hearing, you explained that on September 29th, the day before you claim you got that notice, you changed phone carriers and changed phone numbers
And I maintained the phone.
until you didn't, when you destroyed it a month later by pulling the SIM card out and throwing it away, correct?
Objection.
Sustain.
Did you do that in October? Did you destroy that phone?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you pull the SIM card out of your phone, Mr. Higgins?
Did you?
It's possible that I did. I believe that's
Possible.
how I've testified. Yes.
You testified.
It's
at a previous-
possible that if I took it out, that it was
It's possible if I did. This guy. Come on, dude. What a liar.
either cut or broken.
It's not just
So
possible.
that,
And that would have been after the date the order was already denied.
Mr. Higgins, I have one question left. One question. Did you, Mr. Lau,
See, he can't remember if he did, but if he did it, it was after the order was denied. Look at that. That's just, are you kidding me? You don't remember if you did, but if you did, you know it was after. That is just such a lie.
he's already standing. I haven't even started.
have a seat, Mr. Lally. Go ahead. Last question, Mr. Jackson.
Quiet, please, quiet.
Mr. Higgins, very simply, and then we're done. Did you remove the SIM card for that phone, drive onto a military base, throw the SIM card in one dumpster and the phone in a different dumpster?
That is not correct.
Did you testify that?
Was your one question, Mr. Jackson? All right, folks, that's it for today.
That's it. We can't let him hear anymore.
Have a great long weekend, please. It's very important to not discuss this case.
Unbelievable. This is good to review. It's good to review it. Good to take a fresh look at this again. Keep watching it. Knowing what's coming up tomorrow. Probably nothing. Probably not going to be much happening tomorrow. But this is the future. We get to see these folks on the stand once again, hopefully. All right, I'm going to check out. I want to thank everyone for watching and being here and sticking it out with us. Yeah, he makes us sick. I want to thank What the Duck and Canton Chronicle tonight hooking us up. Thank you. It's just gross to watch and just realize what Karen had to sit through. You know? And Karen definitely needs money. I mean, that's the thing. This is going to cost her a lot of money, all these suits. Hopefully people start kicking in. She's probably going to need some more fundraisers going on. I know how expensive it is. I'm going to head out. I thank everyone. Have a great night. We'll see you tomorrow, 2 p.m. Karen Read civil trial tomorrow, Friday. See you then.